Chapter 984. Roar. Chapter 976. Battle. Roar. The Burning One, the Reaper, and the Consecrated all roared at the same time, their scarlet eyes staring viciously at Wang Chong, who was standing on a protruding rock amidst countless corpses. Bang bang bang. Dust churned and the earth quaked. At almost the same time, the four behemoths lowered their bodies and roared as they lunged at Wang Chong from all directions. As they lunged, they also launched swift attacks. Oh! Flames more dazzling than the sun appeared at the Burning One's throat, and with a squelch they flew through the air. But this time, their target was not Wang Chong, but the blood-stained Wang Chong. Ah! Cries of alarm could be heard from all around. Let alone the Tang, even the tens of thousands of Arab cavalry on the ground noticed this abnormal sight, all of them glancing at each other, confused as to what was going on. In the air, Abu Muslim and Ziyad glanced at each other, their brows tightly furrowed. This was not part of the plan at all. The actions of the four behemoths had completely exceeded the scope of a normal military attack. This was not what Abu Muslim had expected. What is this bastard Mazel doing? Abu Muslim's mind was burning with rage. Military orders were like mountains. As the commander-in-chief of the army and the illustrious governor of Iron and Blood, Abu Muslim had always been known for his iron fist, callousness, and strict discipline. No matter which famous general or general under his command, no matter what background or ability they had, even Deputy Governor Ziyad, no one dared to defy his orders. But in the current situation, it was clear that Mazel had mobilized four elite behemoths and acted on his own, causing Abu Muslim to instinctively feel displeased. But in the end, Abu Muslim was not someone who couldn't endure. Moreover, the Tang dynasty's defense line had been broken, and its collapse was a foregone conclusion. Given this, Abu Muslim would not lower himself to Mazel's level for the time being. Is it because of that brat? Abu Muslim narrowed his eyes as he followed the four behemoths to the distant Wang Chong. In a flash, Abu Muslim seemed to understand something, but there was no time to think. Abu Muslim's body trembled with black energy as he attacked Gao Xianji with all his might. Abu Muslim's desire to kill Wang Chong was no less than Mazel's, but before that, Abu Muslim first had to deal with Gao Xianji, the core of the Anxi Protectorate army. Bang! 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 In midair, the two figures were as fast as lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void as they continuously clashed against each other. On the other side of the boulder, Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he saw the four behemoths lunging at him, and he swiftly took action. Boom! Boundless psychic energy swept out and collided with the four behemoths. In a flash, Wang Chong and Mazel had once more collided. Wang Chong felt a soundless tremor in his mind, and on the other side, the consciousness that Mazel had attached to the four behemoths seemed to be swept away by a gale and pulverized. The four behemoths that had been lunging at Wang Chong suddenly froze, confusion appearing in their scarlet eyes. All of them were at a loss for what to do, only able to take stock of their surroundings in a daze. As expected. At this sight, Wang Chong immediately understood. This was the first time in Wang Chong's life that he had engaged in a battle with a powerful psychic energy master. The first time, Wang Chong had been fighting on instinct, but after 3 exchanges, Wang Chong was getting more and more proficient in using psychic energy. Now, he had vaguely understood something. Perhaps this war was far from over. Wang Chong sensed that if he wanted to change the outcome of the Battle of Talas, he had grasped an extremely crucial key. Bastard! I'm going to die from anger! Deep underground, Mazel's lungs were about to explode from anger. As the commander of the behemoth army, Mazel had never failed in controlling the behemoths, but 3 times in a row, he had been stopped by this youth from the Tang dynasty. Mazel had a powerful psychic energy, but he couldn't use it at all. It was like he had encountered his nemesis. Impossible! I can't lose to a brat who hasn't even grown his hair yet. Mazel's killing intent burned hotter and hotter. Boom! Psychic energy condensed into a sharp awl that pierced through the earth toward Wang Chong. Darkness thrust. As the commander of the behemoth army, Mazel had inherited an extremely powerful psychic art from the priest of the Arabian Empire. It could easily obliterate a person's soul, and Mazel had once used this dark stab to kill many enemy generals. Even those great generals would suffer severe mental injuries from Mazel's attack. In the field of psychic energy, the hideous Mazel was undoubtedly a grandmaster. Boom! Mazel's darkness thrust was like a sharp sword that stabbed into Wang Chong's mind. But a moment later, the psychic domain exploded with a heaven-rending boom. Mazel suddenly realized that his darkness thrust seemed to have struck the world's sturdiest psychic barrier, instantly dispersing into nothingness. Moreover, what shocked Mazel the most was that he sensed an unprecedented soul in that young man's body, one that was completely different from any Mazel had ever seen. This soul was powerful and exuded a bizarre feeling. In Mazel's perception, it was like there were several souls layered on top of each other. This was a bizarre situation, but it was also perfect and harmonious. Mazel had never seen such a complicated soul before. "Brat, just who are you?" Mazel said in shock. Wang Chong was also rather surprised. This psychic energy expert hiding behind the curtains was far more formidable than he had imagined. He seemed to have noticed something that had never happened before. But a moment later, Wang Chong came back to his senses. No one could discover the secret of the Stone of Destiny. As for Mazel's psychic attack, Wang Chong could even endure death, let alone a trifling psychic attack. "Haha, don't say such meaningless words. I've already discovered your position. You controlled the behemoths to kill so many of my men. Do you think you can escape?" Wang Chong coldly chuckled. Mazel should not have used this sort of psychic attack. Previously, although Wang Chong knew that he was underground, he had no way of determining his exact location. But now, Mazel's attack on Wang Chong had allowed Wang Chong to grasp his weakness and find his exact location. "What?" Deep underground, Mazel was flabbergasted to hear these words. Before Mazel had time to think, he sensed an enormous tide of psychic energy erupting from the ground. What made Mazel pale the most was that this tide of psychic energy began to transform midway, fusing together into a sharp cone. It was the same as Mazel's darkness stab. Boom! Wang Chong's psychic energy attack thundered through the ground and slammed into Mazel's body. There was a soundless tremor in their minds. On the ground, Wang Chong, who was standing on the boulder, clearly swayed. Underground, 2 streams of blood flowed from Mazel's nostrils. In a simple clash of psychic energy, Mazel did not fear Wang Chong, but unlike a Saint Martial Tier 8 expert like Wang Chong, Mazel's body was far weaker. This psychic energy attack had left his blood in turmoil and his body injured. Impossible! How could there be such a thing? He managed to learn my technique so quickly. Mazel's entire body trembled, his heart chilled. His injuries were secondary to the fact that Wang Chong had been able to use his own technique to counterattack. This was something that Mazel found unacceptable and fearful. Wang Chong clearly did not know the darkness stab, or else he would not have used such a primitive method to attack. But for someone to learn another psychic energy technique in such a short amount of time, comprehend it, and use it in actual combat, this sort of talent far surpassed Mazel's imagination. In Mazel's understanding, this was impossible. Even if he was a genius, he did not have this sort of ability. "Kill, kill, kill. Brat, I'll definitely kill you." Mazel's mind was in a mess. He had always been conceited, but Wang Chong's existence was a massive blow to him. Boom boom boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Mazel gathered his psychic energy into countless sharp needles that shot toward Wang Chong. "Humph, come." On the ground, Wang Chong stood on the boulder, his expression cold and fearless. This Arab psychic energy expert was truly formidable, but no matter how formidable, his psychic energy attacks could not compare to the world constraint. Without the slightest hesitation, vast waves of psychic energy erupted from Wang Chang's brow and surged through the earth toward Mazel. And it was even more vicious than Mazel's. This was the first major defeat of Wang Chang's life. The thick stench of blood in the air, and the countless corpses and severed limbs on the ground were all stabbing at Wang Chang's heart. There was no question that the Tang dynasty had suffered today's defeat, because of the 4 behemoths and that mysterious psychic energy expert hidden deep underground. Abu Muslim and his 200,000 Arab cavalry alone would have never possessed this sort of strength. Chapter 985. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Deep underground, just 300 feet below the surface, 2 powerful mental powers violently collided with each other like raging dragons. 2 completely different kinds of psychic energies, one cold and sinister, clashed and clashed. Although they did not have the boundless vibrations of stellar energy like martial artists, nor did they have the dreadful power to rend the earth and sky apart, they were far more dangerous. A battle of psychic energies of this level was enough to make even great generals pale in comparison. The 2 clashed again and again, and both Wang Chong and Mazel's psychic energy had been severely injured in this battle. Wang Chong stood on the boulder, and though he seemed unmoving, his face was ghastly pale. But in the end, Wang Chong was still a Saint Martial Tier 8 expert. In comparison, Mazel had suffered far more severe injuries. Mazel was not just bleeding from his nose. His eyes, ears, and even his bulging back were bleeding. He was in an extremely wretched state. "Bastard! No matter what, I'll kill you!" Mazel bared his fangs and brandished his claws, his entire body on the verge of madness. Mazel had such an esteemed status that all the nobles, governors, and generals had to treat him with respect. In the Arabian Empire, no one except the Caliph could order him around. Even Abu Muslim was only acting on the Caliph's orders. If not for the Caliph, Mazel could have just turned around and left. Not even Abu Muslim, the governor of the East, could order him around. But now, Mazel had been reduced to such a sorry state by an Eastern infidel. This was the ultimate humiliation. Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, Mazel's eyes exploded with hatred as he controlled his centipede monster to plunge deeper into the ground. Wang Chang's eyes narrowed and his eyelids twitched. Mazel's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. However, Wang Chong quickly understood that mental strength was not limitless. The further the distance, the weaker the effect of a mental strength attack. It was obvious that the other party had suffered a loss in the fight against him and wanted to avoid the battle, increase the distance between them, and escape from his attack range. However, Wang Chong did not give chase. The underground was a forbidden zone for martial artists. Without special methods, it would be very difficult to sneak underground and attack such a strange opponent. This was obviously something the other party had considered from the very beginning. Most psychic power users were physically weak, and without special life-saving measures, they would not easily go to the front lines. The most important thing now is to find a way to deal with these 4 giant beasts. Wang Chong stood on top of a boulder, his clothes and hair fluttering in the wind. He was anxious, but he didn't show it on his face. The army was in an extremely perilous situation. Abu Muslim and Ziyad, 2 of the highest Arab commanders, had already taken action. Just the threat of these 2 people was enough to suffocate everyone. Moreover, there were 4 behemoths capable of destroying the heavens. As Wang Chong thought this, his eyes quickly focused on the 4 behemoths. I originally didn't want to use this technique. Brat, you forced my hand. Mazel's voice once more resounded in Wang Chong's mind. A ripple of psychic energy more majestic and powerful than Wang Chong had ever felt before shot out of the ground. But its target was not Wang Chong, but the giant ape. In an instant, that tremendous mental power rapidly sank into the giant ape's body and disappeared. Wang Chong was flabbergasted by the abrupt start of the battle. He had originally believed that the other party was avoiding the battle, but it now appeared that this was not the case at all. In just a few moments, the battle between Wang Chong and Mazel had undergone a massive transformation. Roar! Several dozen zhang behind Wang Chong, the consecrated's long fur stood on end and danced in the air. It opened its bloody maw, revealing its savage fangs, its entire body seething with flames that seemed capable of devouring the heavens and devouring the earth like the tide of the sea. "Foul brat, you're dead for sure. I'll swallow you alive." Mazel's voice came out of the ground, and after saying this, he vanished. Deep underground, plush! Mazel vomited a mouthful of blood onto the head of the centipede monster beneath him. His expression had greatly deteriorated, and his face had grown even older and uglier. The behemoth fusion art. This was another psychic energy art recorded on the ancient behemoth papyrus. It was used in conjunction with the behemoths, and only Arab priests with powerful psychic energy had the ability to use it. In that extremely developed ancient empire, even these behemoths would occasionally encounter extremely powerful opponents. The behemoth fusion art was used to destroy these powerful opponents. Using this psychic energy art not only had a very low chance of success, but failure would also result in a severe backlash, even death. And even if one succeeded, they would have to pay an enormous price. Not only would their soul feel like it was being torn apart, their psychic energy would be greatly weakened, and their lifespan would be greatly shortened. Thus, all the Arab priests were extremely cautious. If not for the fact that psychic energy experts were incompatible with each other, and that Wang Chong's display of psychic energy made Mazel feel extremely threatened, he would never have used the behemoth fusion art. Damn it! To make me pay such a heavy price, losing 10 years of my lifespan, I'll tear you to pieces. You'll pay an even greater price than I did. Mazel's eyes shone with loathing, and he quickly lowered his head, at the same time connecting his psychic energy to the giant ape on the ground. Bang! The sky darkened as a massive fist the size of a mountain smashed toward Wang Chong. It was the same punch from the giant ape, but its speed and power were on a completely different level. Rumble! The earth quaked and countless stones flew several dozen zhang into the air. Black energy even began to seep out of the giant ape's fur-covered fist. The space where the giant ape had smashed down began to twist and blur. What's going on here? How did it suddenly become so fast? Wang Chong had managed to dodge the giant ape's attack by a hair, but he was inwardly alarmed. This giant ape had pursued him before, but neither its speed nor strength had been as terrifying as it was now. If Wang Chong hadn't reacted so quickly and used his psychic energy to keep an eye on his surroundings, he would have already been struck. Not only that, when Wang Chong turned his head to look at the colossus behind him, Wang Chong could sense that the giant ape's body had transformed into an invisible vortex of darkness, and origin energy was surging in from all around it. With the support of the chi of heaven and earth, the giant ape's strength continued to grow. Even its size seemed to be growing. A hint of shock finally appeared in Wang Chong's eyes. He had never known that these behemoths could grow in this manner. This was already somewhat similar to martial artists. Die for me. Mazel's psychic energy rippled once more, but this time, it did not come from underground, but from the giant ape's body. Boom! Under Mazel's control, the giant ape unleashed another swift and agile punch. At this moment, Mazel was no longer Mazel. He was the giant ape and the giant ape was him, and Wang Chong was just an insignificant ant standing in front of it. Rumble! The behemoth fusion art. After successfully using this ancient secret art, Mazel immediately unleashed a flurry of attacks on Wang Chong. At this moment, the giant ape's strength had more than doubled. Other than allowing the user to control the behemoth fusion art also had an even greater effect. It could gather the origin energy in a radius of several hundred li and strengthen the behemoth. The longer it took, the stronger the behemoth would become, until it reached an unimaginable level. Marquis, run! Cries of alarm came from the distance. The transformation of the behemoth caused Chen Burang, Sun Jiming, and even Li Sai's group to pale. In everyone's understanding, the strongest martial artists of the world were undoubtedly the great generals who stood at the apex of power and authority. But even the strongest great generals would pale in comparison to this giant ape, much less Wang Chong, who was at Saint Martial Tier 8. Roar! The giant ape's roar made everyone tremble in fear. Its frenzied attacks had completely destroyed the surrounding earth veins. As for Wang Chong, he was dodging left and right amid the giant ape's attacks. It seemed like he was in a perilous situation and could lose his life at any moment. No. If this continues, Marquis will die. In his current state, he can't deal with the behemoth. Sun Jiming anxiously said. Wang Chong was the person he respected the most, the person he wanted to learn from and emulate. If not for Wang Chong, he would still be a servant of Deng Mingxin and the Deng clan, suffering all their insults and humiliation. A true man should be like Marquis, protecting the common people, achieving great feats, and resisting foreign kingdoms. This was the kind of breadth of mind and boldness that Sun Jiming admired and yearned for. No matter what, Marquis can't die here. Sun Jiming's heart was filled with worry. Hiya! Sun Jiming slapped the back of his horse and prepared to charge toward Wang Chong. It's useless. Marquis won't leave. Chapter 986. Jiming, you know Marquis's style. Given Marquis's strength, nothing can stop him if he wants to escape, not even the Arabs or that giant ape. It's not that he can't escape, but that he won't. Haven't you realized it yet? Marquis is using this method to draw the attention of the four behemoths and reduce the casualties of the army. Buzz. Sun Jiming's body trembled at Chen Burang's words, and his footsteps came to a screeching halt. Jiming, this is Marquis's choice. If it were just for safety, he wouldn't have donated all his wealth and risked his life to go to the southwest when everyone else had given up, and he certainly wouldn't have appeared here. He didn't retreat in the southwest, and he certainly won't retreat today. This is Marquis's decision. You know that no one can change it, Chen Burang sternly said. He also wanted to save Marquis. How many people in the world could be like Marquis, truly caring for his country and the world? But Chen Burang also knew that the army at Talas had been routed and that there was no other choice. Marquis had decided to take on this burden, and no one could change this. Sun Jiming's face turned ghastly pale, and he clenched his fists, but in the end, he did not take another step forward. After a long while, he finally turned his head in another direction. On the other side, Wang Chong was paying no attention to anything else. His attention was completely focused on the giant ape before him, whose strength had greatly increased. Rumble! Countless rocks and the air around him were instantly transformed into the fiercest of explosives under the furious bombardment of the giant ape. Wang Chong left afterimages in the air as he dodged and dodged. The sharp rocks were constantly hurtling toward him, but they were all blocked by Wang Chong's stellar energy. There has to be a way. Wang Chong leaped and dodged the giant ape's attack. He raised his head in midair, his pitch-black pupils reflecting the gigantic creature above him. At that moment Wang Chong thought of many things. Countless martial arts and spells, as vast as the sea, continuously rushed through his mind. Boom! While he was thinking, a powerful spiritual wave shot out from the depths of his brow and struck the giant ape like a heavy hammer. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Do you think it's the same as before? Now I no longer have any weaknesses. Your spirit is not as strong as mine, and now, even your strength is not as strong as mine. Ha ha! Mazel heartily laughed, not bothering to conceal his disdain. Although the beast fusion technique required a huge price, it was all worth it. Previously, he was afraid of this heretic's strength, but now he was just an ant in his eyes. Mazel could easily toy with him. The air whistled as Mazel controlled the giant ape's body and smugly punched. The war was already won, and this psychic energy expert of the Tang dynasty was a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. Boom! There was no ripple in Wang Chang's eyes, but as Mazel spoke, he sent another psychic energy spear at the giant ape. It can't be wrong. The weakness of these behemoths is psychic energy. Although the behemoths have massive bodies and inconceivably powerful bodies, psychic energy cannot be nurtured. Their greatest weakness must be their mental power, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. His body made a turn in midair and quickly landed on the ground. Then, his feet didn't touch the ground as he leaped forward, dodging another attack from the giant ape by a hair's breadth. Bzzz. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong fired another psychic energy attack from his brow. But this time, his target was not the giant ape, but the fiery lizard, the burning one, several dozen zhang away. Boom! Although nothing happened, Wang Chong could clearly see that the giant lizard that had been madly spewing flames suddenly froze for a few moments, as if it had been frozen in place. But soon enough, another stream of magma spewed out of the lizard's open mouth and splashed onto the ground, creating a huge, charred pit. It works. Psychic energy attacks truly are effective against these behemoths, but how can I heavily injure them, even control them? Wang Chong deeply frowned. He could sense that he had found the right method, but for some reason, the effect was extremely limited. It was like he had found the path, but he could not open that half-closed door. But as Wang Chong was racking his brains, that familiar and crazed laughter rang out once more. Ha ha ha, I overestimated you. So you weren't a psychic energy practitioner at all. Although you have powerful psychic energy, you don't know how to use psychic energy to attack. At this moment, Mazel felt like he had discovered a new continent. He had originally been filled with apprehension toward Wang Chong, and for this reason, he had been filled with killing intent. But when Wang Chong charged at the behemoth, Mazel realized that he had been wrong. This scoundrel wasn't as formidable as he had imagined. It appeared that Mazel had only a smattering of psychic energy, a complete amateur. Is that so? Do you really think so? At these words, Wang Chong's body froze and he came to a sudden stop. He raised his head and coldly smiled at the giant ape possessed by Mazel. At that moment, he suddenly knew what he had to do. Although Wang Chong was not a pure psychic energy expert, he knew quite a few psychic energy techniques. One of them was called the beast taming art. This was a technique that used psychic energy to control other animals. The only problem was that although Wang Chong knew of this technique, he had never used it before. Moreover, in the apocalyptic world, the majority of the animals that Wang Chong had encountered were tigers and wolves. This was probably the largest creature that the beast-taming technique could control. But the behemoth was completely different from those creatures, and Wang Chong had no idea if it would be of any use. Whether it's useful or not, I can only try. At the very least, this is a psychic energy technique. At this thought, Wang Chong's eyes hardened. Rumble! Wang Chong suddenly shot into the air like a hawk, heading straight for the giant ape's head. With a flash, he landed on the arm of the giant ape at an incredible angle. At the same time, he leaped towards the head of the giant beast without stopping. What? Mazel was flabbergasted. He had never imagined that Wang Chong, who was clearly weaker than him, would dare to charge at him. Damn it! The giant ape flipped its palm and grabbed at Wang Chong with the power to pluck the stars and seize the moon. But before the palm could land, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with cold light, and a vast psychic energy that was completely different from before erupted from the center of Wang Chong's brow. Beast-taming art. Bzzz. This psychic energy was like a bright moon, like a star, imbued with a wild nature, like a running wolf or a wild bear. In a flash, it burrowed into the giant ape's brow and connected with its soul. Bzzz. Buzz. In an instant, the giant ape's entire body began to tremble. No. This is impossible. Within the giant ape's body, Mazel let out a scream of shock, as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world. He had never imagined that this young Tang people could use the same psychic energy as his behemoth fusion art, a psychic energy technique that could enter the mind of a behemoth and control its soul. How could there be such a thing? Mazel's entire body began to tremble. After his initial shock and rage, the sky darkened as Mazel almost instinctively controlled one of his thick ape arms and smashed it at Wang Chong. The speed of this smash was several times faster than usual when it was in a state of fury. Just when the enormous ape arm was about to smash down on Wang Chong, even Wang Chong, a Saint Martial Tier 8 expert, was doomed to die. But at this moment the inconceivable took place. Boom! A huge boom rang out, and before the ape's arm could even smash down, another huge ape's palm suddenly rose up like a pair of steel pincers, firmly grabbing onto the arm that was about to smash down, blocking the shocking attack. Shock! Everyone who saw this sight was flabbergasted, so shocked that they couldn't speak. For a moment, the entire battlefield was eerily still. Even Abu Muslim and Ziyad had noticed this abnormal sight. What's going on? The giant ape is hitting itself? Everyone on the ground was dumbfounded. This was impossible. Deep underground, Mazel cried out in alarm, his eyes flashing open in extreme shock. The behemoth fusion art was a secret art passed down from the ancient civilization, one that transcended the current era. Even though it was somewhat incomplete, its power was unquestionable. But now that he had control over the consecrated, these Tang people were still able to fight with him over control of the consecrated, and they had even succeeded in controlling one of its arms. This was simply unbelievable. At the very least, in Mazel's mind, this was something that could never happen. How could something like this happen? There can't be any technique that can compare to the behemoth fusion art. Mazel clenched his teeth, his eyes on the verge of bursting. Ha ha ha, like I said, it's too early for you to be celebrating. At this moment, a voice rang out in Mazel's mind. Wang Chong was standing on the left shoulder of the giant ape. The fur on this part of the giant ape was extremely thick, and Wang Chong's fur reached his knees. He could even feel the bulging muscles beneath the fur, brimming with explosive power. Wang Chong raised his head to the giant ape's savage head, his eyes glimmering with a strange light. The beast-taming art was far more useful than he had imagined. Behemoths are essentially animals. As long as they're animals, the beast-taming art can be used. Wang Chong's eyes were brimming with excitement. At the start, he had been worried that the beast-taming art wouldn't work, or that he would run into some sort of obstacle, but Wang Chong quickly realized that the giant ape's body was brimming with the genes of all kinds of animals. Whether it was taming wolves, tigers, elephants, lions, the beast-taming art could be used on the giant ape's body. Chapter 987. So what if you can control one of the consecrated's arms? My abilities are far greater than you imagine. If you fight with me, you'll still die. Mazel savagely said. Boom. The giant ape's right arm shook, freeing itself from the grip of the left arm. At the same time, it punched out, circling around the giant ape to smash at the ant-like Wang Chong on the ape's shoulder. Ping! A pitch-black elbow enlarged from small to large, slanting horizontally. With a hong sound, it was like moving clouds and flowing water, immediately blocking the giant ape's hidden attack. Buzz! Mazel's face flickered. He was also controlling the giant ape's body, but the ape's arm had a completely different effect in Wang Chong's hands. The nimbleness of the arm were on a completely different level. At the very least, Mazel was not as nimble. In the end, Mazel was a psychic energy expert, but in terms of fighting skills, he was still far inferior to Wang Chong. Haha, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Now it's my turn. Wang Chong sneered. Waiting for death had never been his style. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong attacked. Boom! Wang Chong did not use the giant ape to counterattack. Instead, he sent a majestic stream of psychic energy through the giant ape's forehead and through the meridians, slamming into Mazel's mind. Aya! Unlike before, Mazel felt like he had been stabbed by a sharp needle, his soul trembling as he screamed. Ha ha, Mazel! Wang Chong suddenly called out Mazel's name. The more he used psychic energy, the more he could sense that it contained many secrets. After several clashes, Wang Chong had discovered many secrets, even the name of this Arab divine strength expert, Mazel. I've already seen through your secret. You have no chance against me. Wang Chong was not a pure psychic energy expert, nor did he have any experience in psychic energy battles. But in this battle with a psychic energy expert like Mazel, Wang Chong had rapidly grasped the mysteries of psychic energy, allowing him to rapidly gain experience in psychic energy battles. More importantly, although Wang Chong did not know the behemoth fusion art and did not have Mazel's vast experience, Wang Chong was able to understand the core mysteries of psychic energy while using the beast taming art. The key to mental power was in the depths of the eyebrows, the part of the brain. There were some special meridians in the human brain, which were related to mental power. If one's mental power ran in these special meridians, it was equivalent to hiding in a castle, which could greatly reduce the mental impact from the outside world. Thus, if he wanted to heavily injure Mazel and break the technique he had placed on the giant ape, he had to slowly expel Mazel's psychic energy. Bang! With this understanding of psychic energy, Wang Chong's psychic energy entered one of the meridians in his mind and slammed into Mazel's psychic energy. This time, without any obstruction, Wang Chong's psychic energy thorns had a completely different effect. Aya! Mazel screamed, his entire body trembling in pain. Even the giant ape was affected, its long and thick fur fiercely shivering. Damn! Mazel was both shocked and infuriated. He had never imagined that Wang Chong would so quickly understand the core mysteries of psychic energy. If Wang Chong could be said to be a layman before, he was now an expert, perhaps even a grandmaster. I won't let you go. No one can act so impudently in front of me. Mazel's mind seethed with hatred as he scanned the ground, his gaze suddenly passing over the retreating Tang soldiers. A thought flashed through his mind, and a sinister smile appeared on Mazel's face. Brat, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Do you think that I don't know that you care about those ant-like soldiers the most? You fought me so desperately just to buy time to save them. Since that's the case, I'll let you see what happens to those who oppose me. I'll kill them all. At the end, Mazel's expression was savage and savage. Boom! A massive ape suddenly raised its leg and stomped down, charging toward a group of great Tang soldiers in the distance. Not good! Wang Chong grimaced. Just as Mazel had guessed, he had been fighting with Mazel in order to cover the retreat of the Tang dynasty soldiers. By attacking these ordinary soldiers, Mazel had struck right at his weak spot, which was precisely what Wang Chong feared and worried about. Ha ha! I've finally figured it out. You just want to protect those soldiers. Now I'll let you have a taste of despair. Mazel proudly laughed as he controlled the giant ape to charge at the tens of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers. At almost the same time, the Burning One, the Reaper, and the other behemoths raised their heads in response. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the four behemoths moved at the same time, abandoning their targets and charging at the retreating Tang army. Didn't you want to save them? Let me see how you save them. I'll kill them all right now. Mazel heartily laughed. In his battle with Wang Chong, he had always been at a disadvantage, but now Mazel had finally discovered Wang Chong's weakness. Although he could not attack Wang Chong, his psychic energy allowed him to clearly see Wang Chong's pale complexion. All of this confirmed that his conjecture was correct. He would make this youth of the Tang dynasty pay the price for his arrogance. Nearby, nearly 600 Tang dynasty soldiers were retreating at full speed. Their armor was in tatters and stained with blood, and they appeared to be at their limits. Not good, it's the giant ape. He's charging at us. Everyone, run! Seeing the giant ape charging towards them, the group of people revealed looks of horror and scattered in all directions. Haha, do you think you can escape? I'll kill you first and then I'll kill the rest. A savage smile appeared in Mazel's scarlet eyes as he looked down at them. He did not use his fists to attack, but raised one of his hairy feet and stomped down on the Tang Dynasty soldiers. Given the giant ape's abilities, this stomp would be enough to obliterate all 500 Tang Dynasty soldiers, man and horse alike. Come, let me see how you'll stop me. Mazel's face was scornful and cruel to the extreme. Mazel had never cared about these ordinary soldiers, but as long as he could deal a blow to Wang Chong, he didn't mind personally killing them all. Bastard! Wang Chong's eyes went red. Just as the 500 Tang Dynasty soldiers were about to die under the giant ape's feet, a violet sword chi as thin as a finger suddenly shot out from the giant ape's left shoulder and into the back of the ape's knee. The giant ape's foot was just about to descend when its entire leg suddenly went numb, causing it to pause in the air for 2 or 3 seconds. Damn it! Mazel clenched his teeth, immediately understanding that Wang Chong's sword had struck a vital point on the giant ape, causing it to be paralyzed. I'd like to see how long you can buy for them. You're just struggling at death's door. Boom! The consecrated's foot stomped down, creating a massive crater in the ground and sending large chunks of rock flying. But even so, Wang Chong's sword had still given them a chance to escape. The 500 Tang Dynasty soldiers were still in a state of shock, but they still managed to escape the giant ape's attack range. You can save them for a moment, but you can't save them forever. Mazel sneered as he controlled the consecrated's left foot to continue the pursuit. But a moment later, Mazel was dumbfounded. The right foot that should have been following suddenly seemed to have a life of its own and began to step backward. After the consecrated stepped out with its left leg, its center of gravity was on its right leg, so the giant ape lost its balance and fell backward. You bastard! Mazel was both shocked and infuriated. He had never dared to believe that Wang Chong had managed to control the giant ape's other right leg in such a short amount of time, even causing the consecrated to intentionally lose its balance. I'll kill you! In his shock and fury, Mazel thrust a palm at Wang Chong's left shoulder, but Wang Chong blocked it as expected. Mazel, you're too conceited. I said before that I've seen through all your secrets. You can't win in front of me. Wang Chong's voice rang out in Mazel's mind. Standing on the giant ape's furry left shoulder, Wang Chong's eyes were cold and disdainful. As the most accomplished war saint of the Central Plains, Wang Chong's comprehension ability was unimaginable to someone like Mazel. Even though Wang Chong was not very skilled in the field of psychic energy, his foe had become Wang Chong's best teacher. Wang Chong had not only grasped the essence of psychic energy and understood Mazel's secret. More importantly, by grasping the secrets of psychic energy, Wang Chong had also grasped the key to determining the outcome of this battle. Bang! A bolt of lightning seemed to explode in the world of Mazel's mind. Wang Chong's scattered psychic energy suddenly transformed into thousands of flood dragons that fiercely attacked Mazel. Unlike Wang Chong's previous psychic energy spikes, this attack was hundreds of times more ferocious. Boom boom boom. Wang Chong's psychic energy transformed into thousands of flood dragons that ravaged Mazel's mind, tearing, biting, clawing, and lunging. In a few short moments, Mazel's psychic energy began to rapidly weaken. Wang Chong's inexperience was nowhere to be seen. This fierce attack was like that of the most formidable psychic energy expert. This was the first time in Mazel's life that he had encountered such a fierce attack. Chapter 988. Brat. You're too arrogant. The world of psychic energy isn't as simple as you imagine it to be. Mazel shrieked. Whoosh! An enormous black demon god emerged from the Black Sea, wielding a trident, its body exuding black flames. The trident in its hand thundered like a bolt of lightning toward the flood dragons formed from Wang Chong's psychic energy. Pring, a black flood dragon's lower jaw was pierced by the halberd, and it instantly exploded into a puff of black smoke, disappearing without a trace. The black demon god swept its halberd horizontally again, and with a series of loud booms, another 7 or 8 flood dragons were reduced to dust. The black demon god's attacks were clearly stronger than the dragons. However, no matter how powerful the black demon god's attack was, it could not withstand the storm-like attacks of thousands of flood dragons. In the blink of an eye, with a miserable howl, the black demon god immediately disappeared into the void. It's useless. In the psychic world, I have countless demon gods. You can't beat me. Mazel's gloomy voice resounded through the world. Before he could finish his words, 1, 2, 3. Tens of thousands of demon gods emerged from the surface of the Black Sea and attacked the flood dragons that filled the sky. This was a gruesome massacre, with flood dragon after flood dragon falling to the attacks of the black demon gods. But before Mazel could gloat for long, the flood dragons in the sky suddenly began to transform. The muscles on the forehead of one of the flood dragons bulged, transforming into a pair of knotted dragon horns. At the same time, the flood dragon's body began to swell. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. The flood dragons were now 10 times their original size. They were no longer flood dragons, but massive black dragons. What? Mazel's eyes went wide in disbelief at the transformation of the flood dragons. Mazel, if you're done with your moves, it's my turn now. Wang Chong's voice rumbled like thunder, reverberating above the black ocean. Pooh! Before the voice had even died away, a black flame that was like a river spewed out from the dragon's mouth, instantly burning through the chest of a black demon god. That black demon god lowered its head, staring blankly at the large hole in its chest. A few seconds later, it exploded with a boom, turning into a cloud of black smoke. Damn it! Mazel's mind reeled in shock. I won't lose to you. I absolutely won't lose to you. Mazel, what other skills do you have? Wang Chong's voice came down from the sky, and Mazel was instantly enraged by these words. Reckless fool! You've only learned a little bit of mental power, and you really think you can fight against me? Today, I'll let you know what the terrifying abyss is. Mazel clenched his teeth. As a noble priest and commander of the behemoth army, he could not allow himself to lose to a fledgling brat. Rumble! With a thought from Mazel, the black ocean underwent a massive transformation. All the black water vanished, replaced by an enormous maw. This massive mouth was unimaginably large, and the black dragons that Wang Chong had transformed into were like specks of dust in comparison. The massive mouth swallowed all the black dragons in one gulp. You think you've seen through my secret? Laughable. This is the ultimate secret of psychic energy. Now that you've entered my abyssal world, you can forget about ever leaving. You will be my slave for all eternity. Mazel's voice rose and fell, brimming with boundless conceit. The world of psychic energy was a strange and treacherous place, and it contained countless techniques. But amongst all these techniques, the supreme psychic energy technique was unquestionably the psychic world. As a supreme psychic energy expert, Mazel had formed his own psychic world 10 years ago. In the process of helping the Arabian Empire invade the various countries, Mazel had used this technique to subdue countless psychic energy practitioners and martial artists, imprisoning their souls and making them his slaves for all eternity. The abyssal world. This was Mazel's unique ability. In the Arabian Empire, even the governors and great generals who didn't know any psychic arts knew of Mazel's abyssal world. The abyssal world could only be used once a month, and Mazel's mental injuries from his battle with Wang Chong made it impossible for him to use the abyssal world. But Mazel's hatred for Wang Chong was too great to care about. He wanted to use the abyssal world to forever trap Wang Chong's soul in his mental world. Bzzz. The sky darkened as Wang Chong's black dragons were completely trapped in Mazel's psychic world. This ability, Wang Chong narrowed his eyes. Mazel's psychic energy was extremely unique and bizarre, but Wang Chong could still sense a flaw in this psychic world. This world was not as rigid as he had imagined. Haha, let me see what else you can do now. Enter my psychic world. In 10 days, you'll slowly forget your memories of the past. When the time comes, you'll become my slave, obedient to my every command. The endless abyss roiled down below, and black energy surged in from all directions, swiftly condensing into Mazel's avatar. Mazel's face was brimming with the satisfaction of a victor. The best way to take revenge on an enemy was to kill them, and an even better way was to make them a slave for all eternity, forcing them to submit to one's will. Only now was victory truly within his grasp in this contest with Wang Chong. Is that so? A voice drifted down from the sky, and the tens of thousands of black dragons in the sky began to converge. In the blink of an eye, all the black dragons vanished. Wang Chong summoned a psychic clone of his, and slowly descended from the sky. The armor on his body also began to change, slowly turning from black to gold and exuding a noble and divine aura. Boom! With Wang Chong's voice, a massive golden arm slammed into the abyss with the weight of a thunderbolt. It was just a simple palm, but in an instant, the entire abyss was immediately stirred up with huge waves. Even the entire world was shaking because of it. Although Wang Chong was not a psychic energy practitioner and didn't know many psychic energy techniques at the start, his psychic energy had been one of the best in the world from the moment of his rebirth. Due to the obsession in his heart, his mental strength was more tenacious and powerful than any other powerhouse in the world. For someone who had died once, there was no psychic energy technique that could make him submit. Wang Chong was sitting on a mountain of treasures. With his experience as the war saint and his top-class psychic energy, learning psychic energy techniques was as easy as turning over his hand. This massive golden arm was something that Wang Chong had comprehended in a short time by weaving his psychic energy together. This attack was already far stronger than the psychic thorns from before. It's useless. Mazel was at first dazed by this sight, but he quickly sneered. This is my world. No matter how capable you are, it's useless. In this place, you can't harm me. Everything is up to me. Wang Chong coldly snorted and ignored Mazel. In the blink of an eye, he gathered his psychic energy into another golden arm, even stronger than the last. But this time, it was aimed not at the abyss, but at Mazel. Rumble! The golden hand smashed down, pulverizing Mazel, and causing the entire abyssal world to shudder. But a moment later, Wang Chong grimaced and pulled back the golden hand from the black abyss. As he focused his eyes, he saw that the golden hand had at some point been stained with an inky black liquid. This black liquid seemed to have a life of its own, traveling along the 5 golden fingers and spreading throughout the entire golden hand. Not only that, this inky black liquid also contained a powerful corrosive energy. As Wang Chong pulled back the golden hand, the 5 golden fingers began to corrode and fall to the ground. What is this? Wang Chong paled at this sight. Now do you know how powerful I am? Mazel coldly chuckled, his voice making no attempt to conceal his smugness. Several dozen feet away from Wang Chong, the black fog began to gather, revealing Mazel once more. The more you resist, the more severe your injuries will be. You're only harming yourself. In my view, you should obediently give up and submit to me. A strange light flashed through Mazel's eyes. Bzzz. The abyss suddenly vanished, and at some point a thick, almost tangible darkness surged in from all directions. This darkness energy was identical to the black liquid that had stained Wang Chong's hand. Not only that, an enormous pressure as heavy as a mountain began to rapidly increase, accompanied by a thick darkness that pressed down on Wang Chong. Now, obediently accept your destiny. Mazel had long since vanished, and his resounding voice echoed through the darkness. As he spoke, the darkness around him suddenly accelerated and surged toward Wang Chong. Not good! Wang Chong grimaced, but there was nowhere to run in the abyssal world. Black smoke began to rise from Wang Chong's body, and his psychic energy began to rapidly weaken. Mazel had finally used his ultimate move, using the power of the abyssal world to rapidly assimilate Wang Chong. Success. Chapter 989. With his status in the Arabian Empire and the assistance of the behemoth army, he had never been forced into such a sorry state before. He had consumed an enormous amount of physical energy, and even his most prided psychic energy had been greatly weakened. But everything had finally come to an end. The power of the abyssal world was something that no one could resist. This was a supreme power, and even the elite priests of Arabia would find it very difficult to escape from it, much less ordinary people. No matter how formidable this infidel of the Tang dynasty was, he was doomed to be assimilated into his world and become his puppet, forever following at his side. But a moment later, an intense ripple came from the other end of his mind. Boom! In Mazel's mind, a blazing ball of fire like a blazing golden sun suddenly exploded. This golden sun that suddenly appeared erupted with boundless heat, forcing back all the corrosive dark energy in all directions. The corrosive energy in Mazel's psychic world immediately began to disperse like snow being poured into boiling water. This is impossible. Mazel's face paled as if he had been struck by a lightning bolt, the blood draining from his face like it was made of paper. His body trembled in shock, and he almost fell off the head of the centipede monster. Impossible! How could anyone resist the power of my abyssal world? This is impossible. The psychic world was the supreme technique of every psychic energy expert. Even the most resolute of great generals would find it difficult to escape if they accidentally fell into Mazel's psychic world. If not for the fact that Mazel's body was so weak that he feared it wouldn't be able to endure a battle with a great general, he would have already begun to attack them. But once he fell into the psychic world, everything changed. It can't be. It can't be. This must be a coincidence. No matter what, I have to kill you. Mazel closed his eyes and hardened his heart, pouring all his psychic energy into the mind of the consecrated. The more psychic energy one poured into the psychic world, the stronger the abyssal world would be. But the greater the risk, the greater the risk. If he failed, he might be consigned to eternal damnation and die. Therefore, even though they had a powerful top-notch mental technique like the spiritual world, almost all the esoteric mental powerhouses rarely used it. Even if they did, they would not put all their mental power into it. Mental energy was equivalent to the soul. When one's mental energy was exhausted, the soul would perish. But in order to deal with Wang Chong, Mazel had been driven to the brink of madness. Buzz! A moment later, Mazel's mind returned to the abyssal world. In the depths of the darkness, Wang Chong's aura had vanished, replaced by a blazing golden sun imbued with destructive energy. This was a dark world, but now it had the brightest sun. Mazel had never encountered such a situation in his life. That's impossible. No one knows the secret of the sun. How did you do it? Although he knew that Wang Chong would not answer, Mazel still couldn't help but ask. Psychic energy experts could transform into all things, and there was almost nothing that was impossible except for the sun. To psychic energy experts, this was a taboo. In the history of psychic energy that Mazel knew of, there had been many supreme psychic energy experts who had been able to use their minds to create a real moon, but none of them had been able to create a real sun. The best they could do was create a ball of light, because no one knew the true appearance of the sun. Some people had imagined the sun to be a massive ball of fire, but the result was only a ball of fire. But this radiant sun exuded the purest and highest level of heat that Mazel's abyssal world exuded. This was the dream of all ancient psychic energy experts. Not even Mazel could remain calm in the face of this energy. He truly had lost his composure. This radiant sun exuded boundless heat that even set Mazel's abyssal world ablaze. No powerful psychic energy expert of the past had ever been able to do such a thing. This was the true sun. The secret of the sun? Wang Chong chuckled, his voice coming from the blazing sun. What secret does the sun have? Isn't it the corona, the troposphere, sunspots, flares, and the core? To the two-time human Wang Chong, the sun was nothing more than an ordinary object. It was Mazel who was making a fuss over nothing. The corona, the troposphere, sunspots, flares, and the core, Mazel was at a loss. He recognized every word Wang Chong had said, but he had no idea what they meant when they were put together. Mazel had never heard of these words in any scripture, book, or psychic energy expert. He instinctively sensed that this was the core secret that all supreme psychic energy experts desired, but Mazel had no way of grasping it. Let me see just what the corona and flares are. Once I assimilate you, capture you, and turn you into my puppet, all your secrets will be mine to use. Mazel's eyes glimmered with a sinister light. If this was a truly powerful psychic energy expert, their mind able to create the purest radiant sun, Mazel would have immediately fled. But this Tang people had clearly only managed to create this power by chance and had not mastered it. His level of skill, experience, and abilities had clearly not reached that terrifying level. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Mazel could not let it go. Rumble! The world shuddered, and the abyssal world formed from psychic energy seemed to come to life. The pure and corrosive darkness began to pour in from all sides. Abyssal apocalypse. This was the strongest attack of the abyssal world that Mazel had created. It gathered the energy of the abyssal world and was more than 10,000 times more powerful than a normal psychic energy attack. It was Mazel's final move against those extremely powerful and undefeatable foes. Although it was powerful, the abyssal apocalypse was only effective against foes trapped in one's psychic world. Wang Chong's ability to create a true sun was so powerful that Mazel felt suffocated. Only the abyssal apocalypse could defeat him. Bang! In a flash, Mazel's abyssal world collapsed and began to shrink at an astonishing speed. The pressure on Wang Chong's body also multiplied, multiplying by thousands of times. This was a power that could destroy Wang Chong's soul. As Mazel's psychic world collapsed, Wang Chong's sun underwent a completely different transformation. Bzzz. The blazing sun first began to shrink, and then it began to swell. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to 1,000 times its original size, and the intense heat radiated from it began to radiate through the world. Mazel's body, now several dozen times stronger and brimming with corrosive darkness energy, began to madly combust and burn away at an astonishing rate. If one looked carefully, one would realize that the sun, created by Wang Chong's psychic energy, was becoming more and more detailed. The corona was rising and falling from the surface of the sun, creating countless waves of heat, and even the water droplets could be clearly seen. Further down, the tens of thousands of streams of air in the troposphere were constantly surging, their changes 100 times more complex than before. The sunspots and flares that had been motionless on the surface of the sun were beginning to move, constantly appearing and disappearing. In short, if he had only been able to simulate 10% of the sun at the start, Wang Chong was now able to use his psychic energy to simulate 30 to 40% of the sun. In addition, the heat exuded by this sun was getting stronger and stronger, and it was able to resist the entire abyssal realm with unstoppable momentum. This can't be real. Mazel's eyes were wide open, and his teeth were clenched so tightly that they were about to shatter. He simply couldn't accept this transformation. Wang Chong was growing far too quickly, something that no psychic energy practitioner had ever experienced before. But the more powerful Wang Chong was, the more Mazel's killing intent burned. The abyssal apocalypse could not be stopped. Once it was activated, it had to be carried out, or else the user would suffer an enormous backlash. Boom! The abyssal world continued to collapse, and it was even faster and fiercer than before. The pressure it exuded was even greater, and it was like an invisible hand was squeezing down, with Wang Chong's sun in the center of this hand. Rumble! As the abyssal world collapsed, Wang Chang's sun swelled once more, the details of its transformation growing more and more detailed. Mazel! It's useless. Your strength has no effect on me. Wang Chang's calm voice came out of the sun. Wang Chong had no idea that Mazel was using his strongest technique. As he battled with Mazel, he was gaining more and more experience. If Wang Chong had been groping about on his own, it would have taken him 10 years or even longer. But with Mazel's sparring partner, Wang Chong was able to skip these steps and reach an extremely high level of mastery. In some aspects, Wang Chong had fused Mazel's experience with his own insights, knowledge, and understanding. In some aspects, Wang Chong's psychic energy was even greater than Mazel's. All psychic energy is just an illusion. No matter how many techniques you have, how many abilities you have, it's like an itch to me. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Chapter 990. Buzz. Deep underground, Mazel's pupils constricted at Wang Chong's voice as if he had been stabbed. All psychic energy is just an illusion. Wang Chong had casually described the core essence of psychic energy, and this was the consensus of all top-class psychic energy experts. However, saying it was one thing. Those who truly understood this point and bowed to it were few and far between. Moreover, many people had only crudely interpreted it as psychic energy is fake. But if this was the case, why had so many people been assimilated, captured, and turned into puppets? Moreover, if the mental strength was fake, why did those martial arts experts die after the mental strength disappeared? The domain of psychic energy was far from simple, far more complicated than the superficial understanding people had put it. All psychic energy is just an illusion had always been an irrefutable truth. But only 1 in a million could truly do it. Only those supreme psychic energy experts who could look down on the world could truly understand the meaning of these words and do it. 20 years ago, when Mazel was still a minor priest, he had heard someone say these words. But not even Mazel, the genius who had comprehended and created the abyssal world, had been able to reach this level. Mazel refused to believe that there was someone who had comprehended this supreme level faster than him. This can't be true, impossible. I refuse to believe it. Mazel's eyes were red as he bellowed. Rumble. The world trembled, and the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. Mazel's abyssal world also began to collapse, the pressure on the core of the world rapidly increasing. Under the immense pressure of the world, Wang Chong's sun of psychic energy was finally affected. The space around the sun was constantly being compressed, the surrounding space constantly twisting. Even the surface of the sun began to ripple, showing signs of trembling. Good! Mazel rejoiced at this sight, knowing that the abyssal world was finally taking effect. At this point in the battle, he had finally regained the initiative. As long as the abyssal apocalypse could shake Wang Chong's sun and affect him, he would be able to defeat the Tang people. But just when Mazel was preparing to increase the power of the abyssal apocalypse, a golden spear, divine, dazzling, and suffused with boundless energy, descended from the heavens. With a single strike, it pierced through the collapsing abyssal world. Cack-lack! Cracks began to spread across the abyss, and energy began to seep through them. No! Mazel let out a cry of despair. This spear had not only pierced through his psychic world, it had also taken away his last sliver of hope. The spiritual world was far more powerful than ordinary spiritual attacks. However, in order to use the ultimate technique of the spiritual world, one must first trap the opponent in one's own world. But now the abyss had shattered, and everything no longer existed. Everything is just an illusion. Mazel, you've lost. Wang Chong's calm voice resounded. The abyssal world crumbled, and Wang Chong and Mazel were returned to their original world. Buzz! On the giant ape's left shoulder, half of Wang Chong's body was hidden in the ape's fur. His eyes were calm, as if he could see through all secrets. Wang Chong had long ago tempered his will to an extremely firm level. In this aspect, Mazel found it difficult to compare. Now is the time to end this battle. A cold light flashed in Wang Chang's eyes. The consciousness that had been trapped by Mazel merged with the consciousness of his main body and entered the giant ape's brain to unleash a torrent of attack. Unlike before, this attack was swift, fierce, and all-pervasive. One meridian after another, Wang Chang forced Mazel's consciousness out of the giant ape's mind. Under Wang Chang's assault, Mazel was forced back again and again, his army in utter disarray. Impossible! I can't possibly lose. Mazel bellowed in fury, his teeth clenched as he used all his strength to resist, but he was still unable to stop Wang Chang's psychic energy attack that burned like lava and could melt metal. In the blink of an eye, Mazel's control over the giant ape dropped from 90% to 70%, and then to 50%, 30%. No matter how fiercely Mazel struggled, he could not escape the fate of being expelled by Wang Chang. Boom! Mazel's psychic energy was finally forced out by Wang Chang. But Mazel's psychic energy did not return to his body. Instead, it swayed through the air and entered the body of the roaring Burning One several dozen zhang away. Squelch! The Burning One turned its head and opened its mouth, spitting out a stream of lava tens of thousands of degrees at the giant ape. So what if you can imitate the sun? I won't lose to you. This battle will not end until one of us is dead. Mazel madly howled as he controlled the Burning One to unleash another stream of flames at the giant ape. Roar! The ape roared. 2 spots on its body were burned by the burner's fire, and even its skin and flesh were burnt away, sizzling with black smoke. However, the damage the ape suffered was not as bad as expected. As the strongest of the 4 beasts, the consecrated's defense was far beyond imagination. Even the burner could not injure it with a normal fire. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Mazel, you've already lost. Stop struggling. A cold light flashed through the scarlet eyes of the great ape. He suddenly spread open his arms, bent his 2 thick legs at the knees, and suddenly leapt forward. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he pounced towards the burner. Boom! The giant ape's head tilted to the side, and a surge of fiery light brushed past its ear. At almost the same time, one of the giant ape's arms smashed heavily into the Burning One's neck. With a miserable howl, the Burning One's body flipped over, its massive body kicking up a large amount of rubble and gravel as it flew through the air and crashed heavily into the ground. Ah! Cries of alarm came from all around, and countless figures began to retreat like they were avoiding the plague. Those Arab cavalry who had been in the middle of their slaughter were especially terrified, their eyes brimming with unease. They had been completely stunned by this sight. Translated by Hypersheep 325. Edited by Micur. The Burning One's first attack on the giant ape had been a coincidence, but when the giant ape lunged at the Burning One and began to fight, it was clear that things were not so simple. Damn it! What's the consecrated doing? Why is it fighting with the Burning One? It's not the consecrated, but the Burning One. Ah! Careful! They're coming at us. Where's Mazel? The behemoths are used to deal with the Tang people, not to kill each other. The Burning One quickly got up from the ground, lunged forward, and bit down on the giant ape's right arm. The 2 behemoths quickly began to fight, and the Arab soldiers who saw the behemoths charging at them all paled in fright. They urged their horses to retreat to the rear, and the orderly formation instantly fell into chaos. But the battle between the behemoths had only just begun. Boom! The sky darkened as an enormous foot stomped down. The several hundred Arab cavalry paled, and before they could even run, they were crushed into meat paste. Bastard! Mazel, what are you doing? Hurry and take control of your behemoths. A furious roar came from the sky. Abu Muslim had been doing all he could to suppress Gao Xianji, intending to use this chance to kill the Anshi war god of the Tang dynasty, but the consecrated, one of the most important fighting forces on his side, had killed one of his own. This was an unforgivable mistake. But a moment later, Abu Muslim was left dumbfounded. "Lord Governor, hurry, hurry and help me. I can't hold on for much longer." Mazel's panicked and urgent voice rang out in his ears. "What's going on?" Abu Muslim was flabbergasted by this voice. He had been so focused on dealing with Gao Xianji that he hadn't been paying much attention to Mazel's movements. He had never imagined that Mazel would be forced into this state. Just what happened? Could it be that the one controlling the behemoths isn't Mazel? Abu Muslim was truly flabbergasted. It's that brat from the Tang dynasty. He's about to take control of the entire behemoth army. Lord Governor, hurry and help me deal with him." Mazel's voice was extremely anxious, tinged with a deep despair. "What?" Abu Muslim's body trembled, his face covered in disbelief. He knew that this young commander of the Tang dynasty was an astonishing master of the art of war, but he had never imagined that he would be able to compete with Mazel in terms of psychic energy, and that he would even be able to force the commander of the behemoth army into this state. Bzzz. Abu Muslim scanned his surroundings and quickly noticed Wang Chong on the consecrated's left shoulder. Bang! As Abu Muslim was observing, the giant ape suddenly stepped forward and landed in the middle of the Arab army several dozen feet away. Aya! The earth quaked and screams filled the air as hundreds of Arab cavalry were crushed into meat paste by the giant ape's massive foot. On the other side of the great ape, the giant red lizard's movements began to slow down. Its body stiffened, and even the accuracy of the flames it spat out was wavering. It would be to the left of the great ape for a moment, and then to the right of the great ape the next. It couldn't accurately hit the great ape that was right in front of it. For a burner, this was definitely not normal. Chapter 991. Wang Chong was on the verge of simultaneously taking control of the Burning One and the Consecrated. The two behemoths continued to stomp down, inflicting severe damage to the nearby Arab cavalry. "Damn it!" Abu Muslim's thick brows burned with rage. Bzzz. Abu Muslim immediately threw off Gao Xianji and charged at Wang Chong on the giant ape's left shoulder. Boom! The world darkened as a massive black fist covered in golden divine armor punched toward Wang Chong. Before the fist even arrived, its enormous energy had already caused space to twist and crack like a spiderweb. The power of this punch far surpassed that of Saint Martial Tier 8, even that of an imperial great general, reaching a terrifying level. But a moment later, a sharp beam of sword chi pierced through Abu Muslim's 72 demon god pillar's fist. Although this attack was not as powerful as Abu Muslim's, it had chosen the perfect time and place to strike at the weakest point of Abu Muslim's fist energy. This sword instantly nullified Abu Muslim's attack. "Abu Muslim, our battle isn't over yet. Where are you in such a rush to go?" In a flash of light, Gao Xianji, dressed in armor, appeared in front of Abu Muslim. Gao Xianji's face was pale and devoid of blood, and his armor was in tatters. Bright red blood seeped out of the chinks in his armor. It was clear that he had been through an arduous battle. Even so, the smile on Gao Xianji's lips still remained, and he still maintained his composure and elegance. "Gao Xianji, you're seeking death. Do you think that you can stop me in your current state?" Abu Muslim's face was as cold as ice, his eyes blazing with rage. After so many battles, Gao Xianji was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Abu Muslim had originally believed that Gao Xianji would be tactful enough to dodge to the side, but he had not expected him to continue to fight. He was simply seeking his own death. Civil officials don't cherish talent, and military generals don't hesitate to die. This is their duty. If I were greedy for an easy life, I wouldn't have marched thousands of miles to this city of Talas. Today, no matter what, I will not take a step back. If Lord Governor has any trump cards, please use them. Gao Xianji held the sword in his right hand and smiled. His eyes were filled with determination. Abu Muslim's pupils constricted as he took a deep look at Gao Xianji, acting like he was getting to know him for the first time. Gao Xianji, I take back what I said earlier. You are a respectable opponent. A hint of respect appeared in Abu Muslim's eyes, and then he slowly straightened his body and took an extremely ancient bronze gauntlet from his bosom. The gauntlet was engraved with ancient characters, and images of gods and demons could be seen on its surface, even angels. The most dazzling of all was the large eye on the back of the gauntlet. The Eye of the Demon God. This was the name of this bronze gauntlet. The world to the west of the Tsong Mountains had developed in a completely different way from the Tang dynasty. An extremely powerful civilization had once existed here, and it had left behind many ruins and formidable artifacts. Unlike the Tang dynasty, all these ancient artifacts had belonged to the supreme ruler of the Arabian Empire, the Caliph. Abu Muslim's Eye of the Demon God had been bestowed upon him by the Caliph during an audience with the Caliph. There were two Eye of the Demon God gauntlet. One had been bestowed to Abu Muslim, while the other had been given to the most revered first prince of the Arabian Empire. The laws and energy contained within the Eye of the Demon God had transcended this era. The Caliph had once gathered all the craftsmen and experts of the Arabian Empire in hopes of unraveling its secrets, but all their efforts had been in vain. But even so, there was one thing that could be confirmed. The Eye of the Demon God and Abu Muslim's 72 Demon God pillars art complemented each other and could greatly increase his strength. There was even a rumor that the Eye of the Demon God had been left behind by one of the 72 demon gods of ancient times. Although Abu Muslim had possessed the Eye of the Demon God for a very long time, he had rarely used it. Even when he encountered an extremely formidable opponent, Abu Muslim would not wear the gauntlet. As the valiant governor of Iron and Blood of the East, Abu Muslim would only wear the gauntlet when he encountered an opponent worthy of his respect, using this method to end his opponent's life as a sign of respect. Abu Muslim was no stranger to Gao Xianji's eyes. They were the eyes of those who had made up their minds and were ready to die. There was no doubt that Gao Xianji had chosen his fate, and he had decided to use this method to buy time and cover the retreat of the army. Even though Abu Muslim was filled with respect for him, he would not let him have his way. Gao Xianji, as a sign of respect, I will use this gauntlet to personally end your life. Abu Muslim raised the gauntlet in his hand and sternly said. With these words, Abu Muslim suddenly stepped forward and lunged at Gao Xianji. At the same time, a powerful energy surged out of the bronze gauntlet and burrowed into Abu Muslim's body. In an instant, this Governor-General Dongfang, who was already very powerful to begin with, reached an even more terrifying level. Bang! A pitch-black fist energy shot forward with unimaginable speed, pulverizing Gao Xianji's sword qi with a single punch. Pfff. Gao Xianji suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The armor on his body shattered, and he was blasted flying. Lord Gao. Wang Chong, who was mentally battling with Mazel, suddenly paled when he saw what was going on in the distance. Awo! The behemoth roared as the fiery burning one opened its mouth and spat out a stream of fire. But this stream of fire was not aimed at the giant ape, but at Abu Muslim. In his battle with Mazel, Wang Chong had gained control over 60% of the burning one, including its ability to spit fire. Lord Governor, save me! At almost the same time, Mazel let out a scream. Within the burning one's body, Wang Chong's attacks were fierce to the extreme. Mazel's psychic energy was already less than a third of what it used to be, and Wang Chong was continuing to whittle away at his psychic energy. Moreover, it seemed like he would not rest until he was dead. Boom! In a flash, Abu Muslim turned his head and punched out, scattering the burning one's fiery flames. Abu Muslim was also extremely worried. The situation was slowly beginning to spiral out of control. The behemoths that he had borrowed from the Caliph of Baghdad were slowly losing control and trampling over his own army. From the sky, one could see that every step of the consecrated and the burning one would land in the middle of the Arab army. Screams filled the air as countless Arab horsemen died on the spot, their corpses never leaving behind a complete pulp. In just a few short moments, the Arab losses had reached 4,000 to 5,000, and they were still rapidly climbing. Moreover, what worried Abu Muslim the most was that Mazel had a special status. He was the commander of the behemoth army, a rare psychic energy expert, and also the caliph's most favored subject. He had an extremely high status in the empire, and his status was extremely important to Abu Muslim. He had borrowed the behemoth army, and it was also because of him that Mazel had appeared in the city of Talas. If anything happened to Mazel, the caliph would definitely be enraged. And as the supreme ruler of the East, Abu Muslim would not be able to escape the blame. Bang! Abu Muslim was getting more and more anxious, and his attacks against Gao Xianji were getting fiercer and fiercer. Awo! The sky darkened and the winds howled. Abu Muslim's body seemed to possess some sort of strange energy that could change the weather. Countless streams of energy began to converge on Abu Muslim's body. And behind Abu Muslim was a massive demon god, with horns and hooves, an ugly and lifelike face. It had suddenly appeared. The golden-red pillar behind the demon god also exuded a mysterious aura. The countless ancient characters around it flickered in and out of existence, exuding an aura of destruction. Boom! This punch caused space to cave in, leaving behind a massive depression. "Milord!" In the blink of an eye, Qing Qianli pounced over, but he was sent flying by Abu Muslim with a single punch. The 72 demon god pillars art was imbued with the power of an ancient civilization. Not even Qing Qianli was a match for it. Vomiting blood, his chest caved in, and he crashed to the ground like a cannonball, heavily injured. Cries of grief and indignation rang out from the vast battlefield. Countless Tang dynasty soldiers paled at this sight, their breathing almost stopping. Bastard! Wang Chang's eyes instantly turned red. Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli were the two highest commanders of the Tang dynasty's western regions, and they were also people that Wang Chong respected. These people had fought for their country, spending half their lives guarding the border. They were true heroes. No matter what, these two could not be allowed to die here. Abu Muslim, you're seeking your own death. Suddenly, an enraged roar resounded through the heavens. A moment later, the earth quaked as the giant ape that had been fighting the Burning One roared, bared its white fangs, and lunged at Abu Muslim in the air. The giant ape shot forward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a massive fist that blotted out the sun as it lunged at Abu Muslim with the speed of a thunderbolt. The agility and flexibility displayed by the giant ape were something that Mazel could not compare to. It was like the abilities of a martial artist had been fused into the giant ape's body, giving it both immense strength and extraordinary martial arts. This was the most perfect form. Boom! The giant ape's fist stirred up an unimaginably powerful shockwave. Chapter 992. Asmodee's Wrath. Abu Muslim had finally used the most fundamental ability of the 70 demon god pillars art, revealing his true secret. Asmodeus was one of the 72 demon god pillars. He was ranked 32nd among the 72 demon god pillars. Although his status wasn't the highest, with his identity, he had entered the ranks of the upper 36 demon god pillars. This ranking alone was enough to show that Abu Muslim had obtained the power of an extremely powerful demon god. Roar! In a flash of light, the violet black-scaled demon god behind Abu Muslim suddenly transformed, its entire body transforming from one head to three. The head of a bull, the head of a man, and the head of a ram. The three heads were vicious and fiendish, and all 6 of its eyes were cold and emotionless, golden vertical pupils. Boom! A moment later, the 72 demon god pillars behind Abu Muslim, Asmodeus, with a chilling expression, punched out. Endless black energy gathered around him, and in the blink of an eye, the black energy transformed into a black dragon more than 30 zhang long. This black dragon was covered in black scales, and its mouth was filled with fine, sharp teeth. The most terrifying thing was that its body was surrounded by tens of thousands of black lightning bolts. Each bolt of lightning contained a destructive power. Abu Muslim's black dragon rumbled through the world, the momentum and power of this move enough to make many great generals pale in comparison. Boom! The massive hell black dragon and the giant ape's right arm collided, and a moment later, everyone was left stunned. Abu Muslim's body remained unmoved, but the giant ape's body swayed and roared as it lost its balance and staggered backward, almost falling to the ground. Impossible! How could Abu Muslim be this powerful? Even the giant ape is no match for him. On the distant hills, even Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but be stunned by this sight, expressions of extreme shock appearing in their eyes. This fist alone was enough to place Abu Muslim at the peak of all great generals. Even Huishu Huaitsong and Dusong Mangpoj would have to admit their inferiority. Impossible! Could this bastard be even stronger than me? The celestial wolf Great General Duwusili stood in the air, his face brimming with disbelief as he stared at the godlike Abu Muslim. As one of the best great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate, Duwusili had always been conceited. Even long-established great generals like Huishu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj had never been worthy of Duwusili's attention. The only person on the battlefield who could earn his respect was the invincible Anshi Protector General Gao Xianji. But Abu Muslim's punch, even the giant fist, had been forced back. Not even Duwusili had been able to unleash such a powerful force. But even so, someone as proud as Duwusili would never admit to this. If not for the sake of our alliance, I would have come and fought with you right now. Duwusili viciously said to himself. Roar! A massive fist, even larger than Duwusili's horse and gleaming with the light of steel, came crashing down from the side. This fist was so powerful that it could shatter steel and even mountains. Damn it! Duwusili grimaced as he used the celestial wolf's divine procession and thrust his halberd forward. Bang! The enormous power of this blow forced the sky-quaking giant back, and he hurriedly pulled back his right hand and began to blow. Truly a pack of beasts. Didn't I tell you already? I didn't come to deal with you. We're allies. Allies. Kill him. But Duwusili's words were answered by a furious roar. In the blink of an eye, a nearby sky-quaking giant had taken the lead and sent a massive fist smashing toward Duwusili. Behind this sky-quaking giant, 1, 2, 3 countless sky-quaking giants were lunging at Duwusili from all sides. He injured Mu Gar. Kill him! The giants roared as they charged at Duwusili from all sides. Not even the Tang dynasty soldiers had any intention of leaving. Duwusili was one with his horse, using the celestial wolf's divine procession to travel through the air. The storm of energy around him was like the sun hanging high in the sky, attracting the attention of all the sky-quaking giants. In the eyes of the sky-quaking giants, Duwusili had already become their number one target. The stronger he displayed, the more enmity the sky-quaking giants would feel toward him. A bunch of bastards! Duwusili felt like his lungs were about to explode from rage at the sight of the giants charging at him. He had come from the distance with the intention of dealing with Wang Chong so that he could cooperate with the Arabs to finish him off. But to his surprise, a sky-quaking giant had descended from the sky and landed at his side, immediately treating him as a target. Duwusili had only sent him flying. He had never expected that he would end up being surrounded by the sky-quaking giants like a hornet's nest. Duwusili had already done his utmost to use the celestial wolf's divine procession to avoid them, but no matter where he went, the sky-quaking giants would always come at him. Even though Duwusili had arrived on the battlefield, he still hadn't encountered Wang Chong. Not only that, with Duwusili's abilities, any sky-quaking giant of any level would only be seeking death by recklessly challenging him. But the Turks and Uzun were allies with the Arabian Empire, and Duwusili could not kill them. As a result, the more sky-quaking giants Duwusili killed, the more hatred he would attract. For a moment, Duwusili was in a difficult situation. In the distance, Abu Muslim's 72 demon god pillars fist had stunned the entire crowd. But while everyone was still reeling in shock over Abu Muslim's strength, a black shadow flashed forward, and a massive metal cudgel 10-some meters long, one end thin and the other thick, rumbled into Abu Muslim's body. This strike was so sudden that even someone of Abu Muslim's strength felt his stellar energy scatter, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Buzz! Half the battlefield was eerily silent, especially the Arab cavalry, whose eyes were bulging out of their sockets as they stared at the sky. Even Deputy Governor Ziad was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The consecrated staff had been so well hidden that everyone had only seen it stagger from Abu Muslim's blow. No one had noticed the staff hidden by the giant ape, and no one had even noticed when it had appeared in its hand. So what if it's Abu Muslim? He's still no match for me. Wang Chong steadied the giant ape, his scarlet eyes staring at the distant Abu Muslim, exuding a cold and steely light. No matter how powerful Abu Muslim was or how many ancient artifacts he could not truly contend against a behemoth. In Wang Chong's hands, the giant ape was no simple behemoth. On this battlefield, Wang Chong was confident that he could defeat any powerful foe with the consecrated. Ah! Marquis, save me! Suddenly, a gale blew, and a miserable scream came from the distance, accompanied by the roar of a giant beast. Wang Chong turned his head and saw that the other two behemoths were rapidly approaching the retreating Tang army. Kill! With the help of the Reaper, these Tang people are dead for sure. Kill them! General has ordered that anyone who kills 100 Tang people will be rewarded with the rank of nobility and 10,000 gold coins. On the ground, tens of thousands of Arab cavalry were pursuing the behemoths, their eyes red and their armor drenched in blood, the vast majority of which was not their own. They had been suppressed by the Tang dynasty for so long. First, it had been Gao Xianji and the 70,000 soldiers of the Anxi Protectorate army who had held them off for 2 months, causing countless Arab soldiers to die. Then came Wang Chong and the Qixi Protectorate. Even renowned Arab generals like Umar and Nerman, who had conquered many countries, had died at their hand. And the 2 steel defense lines that the Tang dynasty had constructed in front of Talas had rendered the famed Arab cavalry useless. This had left all the Arabs with a pent-up anger, but now that everything was over, they could finally vent their anger and slaughter these godless Tang dynasty soldiers. As they listened to the screams and saw the soldiers of the Tang dynasty fall into pools of blood, the Arab scimitars stabbing through their chests and sending their corpses to the ground, they all felt an extreme joy. This is the battle we want. Henceforth, all of the East will bear the banner of our Arab people. An Arab general had a savage expression on his face as he stepped on the body of a Tang dynasty soldier and swung his scimitar across the Tang dynasty soldier's neck. As he watched the blood spurt into the air, the Arab general's eyes shone with excitement and cruelty. But this Arab general, immersed in slaughter, had no idea that while he was reveling in killing that Tang dynasty soldier, his actions had completely infuriated the distant Wang Chong. Damn it! You're all seeking your own deaths. Wang Chong clenched his fists, his mind bursting with rage. Mazel had taken advantage of his battle with Abu Muslim to secretly control the Reaper and the other behemoth to attack the Tang dynasty army, and the other Arab soldiers had also taken advantage of the chaos to plunder. Whether it was Mazel or these Arabs, Wang Chong was seething with killing intent. Chapter 993. BZZT. Buzz. Mazel had been stealthily controlling the 2 behemoths to deal with the Tang dynasty when he suddenly sensed this extremely thick killing intent, and his body involuntarily shivered. He and Wang Chong had been fighting each other from start to finish, but for some reason, Wang Chong now made him feel a deep fear. But before Mazel could understand, boom! 2 enormous waves of psychic energy howled toward him. Mazel didn't even have time to react before the psychic energy he had attached to the two behemoths was pulverized by Wang Chong's psychic energy attack. "Mazel, I'll never let you go." Wang Chong clenched his teeth, each word so cold that it made one's heart shiver. Bzzt. After taking control of the two behemoths, Wang Chong launched a final attack on the will Mazel had left in the burning one's body. Tens of thousands of ripples of this will surge toward Mazel. "No!" Mazel cried out in fear. In his rage, Wang Chong's psychic energy was fiercer and sharper than it had ever been. Under the effects of this psychic energy, Mazel was forced back again and again, his entire body paling. He suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall him. And Mazel was not the only one facing a calamity. On the ground, the thousands of Arab cavalry were still pursuing the retreating Tang dynasty soldiers. Their killing intent had been aroused, and all of them were in high spirits, oblivious to what was happening over their heads. No one knew that Wang Chong and Mazel, these two powerful psychic energy experts, had already begun to exchange blows. And no one noticed that the two behemoths that had been acting as the vanguard to crush the Tang dynasty soldiers had suddenly stiffened and stopped. "Kill, kill, kill. Leave none alive." The Arab commander waved his scimitar, his expression savage as he urged the behemoths on. Since the beginning, he had killed more than 30 people of the Tang dynasty, including many generals of the Tang dynasty. Under the stimulation of slaughter and death, he became more and more excited and couldn't stop at all. "Ah!" Suddenly, a panicked voice came from beside him, accompanied by bursts of commotion. "Damn bastards, what are you doing? Charge!" The leading Arab officer was enraged. The Arabs currently held the upper hand, the perfect opportunity to pursue the Tang people, but someone had actually dared to make such a fuss and deliberately disturb the morale of the army. They deserved to be killed. But very quickly, he felt that something was wrong. Even though they heard his orders, the chaos in the army did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense. The soldiers who were screaming in panic looked up at the sky with pale faces and terrified expressions. It did not seem like they were faking it. "What's going on?" The Arab commander subconsciously raised his head in shock, but a moment later, the sky darkened and he saw an enormous foot in the sky, stomping down at him with astonishing speed. The wind howled, and the stench of blood in the air thickened to the extreme. "The behemoth?" The Arab officer trembled, his eyes wide with fear. But before he could understand what was going on, the enormous foot stomped down. Boom! The earth trembled, and the Arab officer screamed in fear as he and the surrounding Arab cavalry were pulverized into meat paste, blood gushing out of the behemoth's foot. "Awooh!" A bestial roar resounded through the air. By the time the white bear raised its foot, the ground was covered in deformed armor and chunks of flesh, making it impossible to tell who they were. "Run! The general has been killed. The behemoth has lost control." It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the battlefield. The Arab cavalry that had been excitedly pursuing the Tang people instantly panicked, their formation falling into disarray as they fled in every direction. However, before they could escape from this white bear that was like a mountain range, in the blink of an eye, rumbling sounds could be heard. Another enormous foot with tremendous force stomped down. After the white bear, the other behemoth began to attack the Arabs. "What's going on here? The behemoths have gone crazy. They've all gone crazy." The assault of the two behemoths had caused an astonishing reversal on the battlefield. A moment ago, the thousands of Arab cavalry had been excitedly pursuing the Tang people, but a moment later, the Arabs had become the behemoths' targets. The Arabs had been completely unprepared for this change, and they had instantly suffered grievous losses. And this was not the only change on the battlefield. While the two behemoths were attacking the Arabs, several hundred zhang away, the fiery red burning one suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of scorching lava 100 meters long at a large group of Arab cavalry. These Arab cavalry were completely unprepared, and they were instantly incinerated along with their horses. In just a few seconds, all of them had been burned to ash. The burning one's flames were like an endless river, sweeping back and forth, and in a few short moments, thousands of Arab cavalry had been caught in its flames. The combined assault of the three behemoths instantly inflicted grievous casualties on the Arabs. 9,000, 13,000, 18,000, 24,000. Under the assault of the behemoths, the number of Arab casualties reached an astonishing level, and it was only continuing to climb. The entire army was in a state of panic, and even Ziyad was at a loss for what to do. 30,000, 35,000, 40,000. The number of Arab casualties on the battlefield continued to increase. Slap! In the middle of the army, Burke suddenly slapped a red-robed attendant holding a bone flute in the face. The tremendous force caused half of his face to swell up. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he even spat out a tooth. "Hurry and take control of the behemoths. Don't you see how many of us have died? Once Lord Governor returns, I will have His Excellency execute all of you." Bakr's face was twisted in rage. As a famed Arab general, Bakr had conquered many countries, but now, he was leading the Caliph's behemoths to slaughter the Arab cavalry. Killing one's own people was a disgrace. "My lord, the behemoths are only controlled by Lord Mazel. We are only assisting him. Only Lord Mazel can control the behemoth." The red-clothed attendant was trembling with fear, and his face was filled with terror. "What?" Bakr was stunned. This answer had far surpassed his expectations. Bang! Bakr punched out, sending Mazel's attendant flying to the ground, the immense power of his punch breaking many of his ribs. Truly a bunch of trash! While the Arabs from top to bottom were thrown into chaos by the attacks of the three behemoths, the Tang soldiers in the midst of their retreat had a completely different reaction. These behemoths are attacking their own people. The sight of the corpses strewn across the battlefield, and the charred corpses of the Arabs left all the soldiers of the Tang dynasty dumbstruck. All of them had been prepared to fight to the death, but none of them had expected such an astonishing development at the final moment. Marquis. It must be Marquis. Marquis is controlling these behemoths. A soldier of the Chishi Protectorate suddenly called out, a look of elation on his face. Although they didn't know what had happened, they instinctively thought of Wang Chong. If there was one person on this battlefield who could reverse the tides and change everything, it had to be Wang Chong. This was their unshakable conviction. Marquis! 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 The panicked Tang dynasty soldiers who had been retreating eastward quickly stopped and began to cheer. First the Chishi Protectorate Army, then the Anshi Protectorate Army, the mercenaries of the western regions, and the pikemen of greater and lesser valor began to cheer. "Chonger, you truly did not disappoint your father." At this moment, no one was more gratified than Wang Chong's father, Wang Yen. As he looked at Wang Chong on the giant ape's shoulder, he felt a tinge of heartache, but even more so, pride. "Pass on my order. Change tactics. Gather the army. Counterattack Arabia." Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Yen immediately changed tactics and gathered the army for a counterattack. Kill. In a few short moments, the infantry under Wang Yan's command had finished assembling. The tens of thousands of Tang dynasty soldiers, shield men at the front, axe men at the back, and cavalry bringing up the rear, formed a clear and distinct formation that was extremely conspicuous on the battlefield. Only Wang Yen, who had a calm and steady combat style and was extremely experienced, would be able to do this in a battlefield where the entire front line was being routed. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and it had a profound legacy in the art of war. Although Wang Yan's strength was not on the level of Gao Xianji's, in terms of experience, he could probably be counted on one's fingers. When tens of thousands of soldiers gathered on the battlefield, especially the infantry formation which had the strongest defense, the morale of the army was immediately boosted. The originally scattered army quickly formed into countless formations, and even the mercenaries who were originally only concerned with escaping stopped in their tracks and formed into rows and rows. This sudden change left everyone who saw it dumbfounded. Impossible! The army is already in such a state of defeat, but they're still able to regroup, and their morale is still so high. As expected, when making enemies with the Tang dynasty, one has to be careful at all times. One can't let down their guard. On the high hills, Huashu Wuzong watched in shock as the Tang army swiftly assembled and began its counterattack. Chapter 994. The Tang dynasty cannot be underestimated. In the entire continent, only they can contend against the Arabs. Dusong Mangpoj stood on the side, his hair flying in the wind. He was no less shocked than Huashu Wuzong. The quality and training of the Tang dynasty's soldiers was something that other factions could only look up to. Dusong Mangpoj was known as the Eagle of the Plateau, and he was brimming with ambition for the empire. Alas, though he was conceited and had the ability to command soldiers that was on par with any great general, perhaps even superior, Uzun's faction could not compare to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty currently only had 7 great generals on the surface, but if one added Wang Yan, Qing Qianli, and Xianyu Zhongtong, who had the strength of great generals through their formations, there would be more than 10. And if one added Wang Zhongxi, who had retired to the center and become the crown prince's junior guardian, as well as those who had gone into seclusion, there would be even more. Moreover, there was also Wang Chong, who, though not at the great general level of strength, was a heaven-defying existence that not even great generals could compare to in the art of war and strategy. Abu Muslim's status in the Arabian Empire was already on the same level as Zhang Shogui and Wang Zongxi, and the number of people who could surpass him could be counted on one hand. With his army of 300,000 soldiers, Abu Muslim had conquered and destroyed countless countries. Even the Khorasan dynasty, a powerful existence that had been on par with Uzun and the Western Turks at its peak, had ultimately been destroyed by Abu Muslim's army. But this powerful army had first been held back by Gao Xianji for 2 months, and then, with the absolute advantage in numbers and the Behemoth Army and Skyquaking Army, 2 powerful armies that could dominate the battlefield, the Tang dynasty had still managed to reverse the situation. Only the Tang dynasty could accomplish such a feat, and this was not even 1/5 of the Tang dynasty's army. Just the thought of it was enough to make Dusong Mangpoj's heart turn cold and fill him with intense apprehension. All of this is because of him. Dusong Mangpoj's gaze quickly focused on the Tang dynasty youth on the giant ape's shoulder. Uzun had the chance to not only defeat the Tang dynasty, but also unite with Mengshi Zhao to occupy the fertile land in the southwest of the Tang dynasty and then conquer the Central Plains. But because of that youth's appearance, first the southwest was routed, then the plateau epidemic, then Zhangzhung was destroyed, and then the northern army was completely wiped out in front of the 2. Daluan Ruozhen's gaze changed. He raised his hand several times and put it down again. In the end, he did not issue the order to send out the troop. At this moment, on the battlefield, Wang Chong was standing on the giant ape's left shoulder, observing the entire situation, using the 4 giant beasts to quickly control the overall situation. These trump cards that Abu Muslim relied on the most had now become Wang Chong's greatest weapon against the Arabs. Now is the time for all of you to pay the price. Wang Chong looked down on the battlefield, his expression frigid as he gazed at the panicked and fleeing Arab cavalry. Roar! The 3 behemoths, under Wang Chong's control, began to massacre the Arab army. Boom boom boom! One giant foot after another stomped down, and this simple action was enough to claim the lives of thousands of Arab cavalry. And the Burning One was constantly spewing out flames that included all the Arab cavalry in a radius of several hundred zhang. The earth was aflame, and countless soldiers were felled by the flames of the Burning One. Once the Burning One's flames burned away all the oxygen in the air, many soldiers would suffocate to death. Aya! The screams of those on the verge of death resounded over the battlefield of Talas. At this moment, the entire battlefield was engulfed in roaring flames and black smoke. Mountains of corpses were piled up, and the air was filled with the ashes of burning corpses. The losses of the 200,000 Arab soldiers had reached an astonishing level, and even many generals had lost their lives. Countless soldiers were fleeing to the west. Damn thing! Abu Muslim stood in the air, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the corpses strewn across the ground and the retreating army. Even his steely fists were fiercely trembling. Boom! Abu Muslim's body swayed as he vanished into the void, reappearing in the air above the giant ape. Die! Abu Muslim's voice resounded through the sky as the enormous three-headed demon god Asmodeus and the golden-red pillar once more emerged from the dark clouds. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Abu Muslim punched, and a black dragon the size of a fortress roared as it shot forward with thunderous speed toward Wang Chong on the giant ape's left shoulder. Bang! In a flash, a massive metal cudgel swept forward, pulverizing the destructive energy of Abu Muslim's hell-black dragon. A moment later, the black ape's body shot forward, its long tail swinging as its other arm fiercely lashed out at Abu Muslim. This punch was fast and vicious, bursting with power that could shatter mountains. Moreover, the angle of the attack had been meticulously calculated. In the face of this attack, even the governor of Iron and Blood couldn't help but widen his eyes, his face grimacing, and his body swayed as he retreated to avoid this attack. Abu Muslim, you can't beat me. In this battle, just watch as I use your most precious behemoths to kill off all your soldiers. Wang Chong stood on the giant ape's shoulder and coldly chuckled. Abu Muslim's attack had been completely within his expectations. The giant ape's strength was fused with his experience, strength, and rich battle techniques as a war saint. At this moment, Abu Muslim had no advantage over him. Wang Chong was completely capable of anticipating any of his attacks. From a certain perspective, Wang Chong was even stronger than he had been in his last life. Young man, you will definitely die at my hands. You won't be able to be smug for long. Abu Muslim's face was ashen and nasty, but it was also filled with extreme rage. He had no time to worry about Gao Xianji. His priority was to kill Wang Chong. Only then could he resolve the situation. Boom! Abu Muslim's body trembled as the eye of the demon god once more exploded with light. In a flash, the sky was filled with dark clouds and fierce winds. Boundless energy of the world gathered from all around, and behind Abu Muslim, the 72 demon god pillars, Asmodeus, had grown even larger. Bang! Abu Muslim's eyes burned with fury as he gathered up all his strength and once more charged at Wang Chong like a bolt of lightning. On the ground, Wang Chong looked up at the sky and sneered. Beneath him, the giant ape bared its fangs and looked up at the same sky as Wang Chong. Then, with a stomp of its feet, it shot into the air and attacked. This battle had completely fallen into Wang Chong's rhythm. Even though it was the governor of Iron and Blood who had challenged Wang Chong had managed to turn this into a battle between Abu Muslim and the strongest consecrated. Wang Chong, on the other hand, had remained uninvolved. Mazel, now it's your turn, the main culprit. While the giant ape and Abu Muslim were fiercely battling, Wang Chong's attention was focused elsewhere. Although he had succeeded in expelling Mazel's consciousness from the 4 behemoths, Wang Chong was well aware that Mazel was still alive. For the Tang dynasty to fall into such a state at Talas, with so many casualties and even Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli heavily injured, Mazel and his behemoth army could not escape the blame. With so many dead, Wang Chong would never allow him to escape and start another war. Buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong sent the other half of his mind out of his body, burrowing into the earth. Lost. I have to report this to the high priest. There shouldn't be such a powerful psychic energy expert here. At this moment, deep underground, a centipede-like monster was fleeing at high speed. Mazel was crouched on the monster's head, one hand pressed against it as he gasped for breath. His mouth, ears, eyes, nose, and even his skin were bleeding profusely. His appearance was wretched, and even his aura was extremely weak. This battle with Wang Chong had not only dealt a heavy blow to his psychic energy, but also placed a heavy burden on his body. Wang Chong was correct when he said that psychic energy was illusory. But Mazel was also keenly aware that psychic energy could not be fake. This was not the way to understand it. Mazel had only been wounded in the psychic energy, but even his internal organs were bleeding. If he were to stay here any longer, he would really be on the road to death. Too terrifying. This battle is no longer important. The loss of the battle is all Abu Muslim's responsibility. For the Tang dynasty to produce such a psychic energy expert, one whose soul can even imitate the blazing sun and incinerate all things, is unacceptable. As long as this person is here, our behemoth army will be useless. Mazel's mind was in a state of panic. This journey to the east had been the most terrifying of nightmares, something that Mazel had never imagined possible. Right now, Mazel was like a stray dog, only thinking about escaping as quickly as possible. I have to invite the High Priest. Only the High Priest can deal with him. Chapter 995. The High Priest was Mazel's true master, but Mazel had never dared to call him that. He was not the only disciple the High Priest had taught. There was no one in the Arabian Empire who did not fear the High Priest, and even the Caliph treated him with respect. As he was thinking, Mazel's body suddenly trembled as if he had run into an invisible wall, and he came to a sudden stop. Mazel was at first dazed, but when he realized what had happened, he flew into a rage. "Beast, get out of here!" Mazel roared as he pulled out a brown dagger and plunged it into the head of the centipede monster. For some reason, this terrain monster had suddenly stopped. The feeling that Mazel had felt as if he had crashed into a wall was actually the result of this monster coming to a sudden halt in its rapid motion. But Mazel was left dumbfounded by what he saw. In the past, a single stab from Mazel would cause the centipede monster to howl in pain, but this time, the monster didn't even move after being stabbed. It was as if it had been petrified. Damn it! What's going on here? Mazel was both shocked and infuriated. The dagger in his hand stabbed down several more times, leaving a hole in the centipede's head. Green blood began to flow out, but the centipede monster remained motionless, its body frozen in the ground as if Mazel had stabbed an empty shell. Bastard! Mazel was truly beginning to panic. The threat of Wang Chong was right behind him, and the slightest mistake could lead to his death. Mazel, there's no need to waste your energy. This monster is already under my control. As I said, you can't escape. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out above Mazel's head. This voice was flat and indifferent, but in Mazel's ears, it was like a thunderclap that struck him like a bolt from the blue. Wang Chong. Mazel's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. There was no doubt that this was the voice that Mazel wanted to hear the least. At this moment, a deep fear finally appeared in Mazel's eyes. But that was not the only thing that frightened him. As Wang Chong spoke, the stilled centipede monster seemed to come back to life, its massive body beginning to move. But the centipede monster was advancing in the direction that Mazel feared the most. Mazel watched as it turned around. Not only did it not flee to the west, it began to lead Mazel toward Wang Chong's position. Bastard! Stop right there! Mazel was in a complete panic. His dagger continued to stab at the centipede monster, and at the same time, he sent a part of his psychic energy into the centipede's mind in an attempt to regain control over it. But what greeted him was a merciless psychic attack. Boom! Mazel's psychic energy was instantly pulverized. You'd better give up. In front of me, you're just a real ant. You won't have any room to resist. Wang Chong's cold voice rang out, but this time it was directed into Mazel's mind. No, I won't. I can't lose to you. I am the commander of the behemoth army, an important minister of the caliphs. I can't lose to anyone. Mazel's eyes were red as he howled, on the verge of insanity. Go and tell these things to the soldiers of the Tang dynasty you killed. A chilling killing intent appeared in Wang Chong's eyes as his psychic energy burrowed into Mazel's forehead and began to invade his body. No, I won't lose to you. Mazel roared and struggled, but he was powerless against Wang Chong's assault. He clenched his teeth and began to counterattack. Boom boom boom. Their psychic energies clashed. Mazel knew that his life was on the line, and in his desperation, he was forced to use all his potential. But after hundreds of clashes, Mazel was still defeated. The psychic energy domain was far more ferocious than he had imagined. Finally, I've lost. I beg you, let me go. I swear that I will never take a single step into the Tang dynasty. Mazel's eyes were no longer as arrogant as before, now brimming with pleading. He could sense a clear killing intent in Wang Chong's psychic energy. It was clear that Wang Chong wanted to kill him to avenge the deaths of the Tang dynasty soldiers. Too late. I will first turn you into a puppet, and then I will torture you until you die in pain. Only then will you pay the price for your actions as an offering to the heroic souls of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong's voice was as cold as ice. Under the control of his psychic energy, the brown centipede monster continued to approach him, rising from the depths of the earth. Rumble! In Mazel's mind, Wang Chong occupied every meridian, controlling Mazel like a behemoth. With each meridian Wang Chong controlled, he could see many things. Mazel's experiences and psychic energy techniques were laid bare before Wang Chong, all of them becoming Wang Chong's spoils of war. Wang Chong saw Mazel grow up in a dark, crude, and poor alley. He saw him fight over food with a stray dog, saw him frighten away a group of children with his fierce face, and saw him use a blunt knife to stab a child who had mocked him during the day in the middle of the night. From this point on, Mazel embarked on a completely different life. Wang Chong also saw Mazel follow a mysterious black-robed man into a temple, practicing various psychic energy techniques. Many psychic energy techniques flowed into Wang Chong's mind, becoming his own. Wang Chong was not a pure psychic energy expert, nor did he have a complete system of theories. He certainly wasn't like Mazel, who had unexpectedly inherited an ancient psychic energy legacy. All these things that Mazel knew became nourishment for Wang Chong, helping him make up for what Wang Chong lacked in the field of psychic energy. At the beginning, Wang Chong had been staggering in the field of psychic energy, relying entirely on his own abilities to fumble about in the dark and unknown. But now, with Mazel's theories and experiences, Wang Chong was rapidly maturing into a true psychic energy expert. This was why Wang Chong had not just killed Mazel, but had instead taken control of the centipede monster and brought him to him. However, perhaps because he knew that disaster was imminent, Mazel's resistance only intensified. Moreover, Wang Chong had still not obtained the secret and method of raising the behemoth army that he was most concerned about. Besides that, Wang Chong could clearly sense that there was an even greater secret hidden deep within Mazel's mind. Wang Chong had no way of knowing what this secret was, but from Mazel's reaction, he could tell that this secret was extremely important to him, even more important than the secret of the behemoth army. Let me see just what secret you're hiding. Wang Chong stood on the shoulder of the behemoth, his eyes cold and piercing. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened as an enormous black dragon of hell charged down at Wang Chong. Behind the black dragon, a figure floated in the air, his black cape flapping in the wind. Abu Muslim stared at Wang Chong, his eyes bursting with killing intent. However, at the next moment, the air currents in the air surged, and a huge ape arm swept across the void, smashing the hell-black dragon into pieces with a single punch. Roar! The giant ape roared, its aura like that of a primordial beast causing countless warhorses to neigh and flee in fear. After blowing apart Abu Muslim's hell-black dragon with a single punch, the giant ape swung its left arm, sending a massive metal cudgel sweeping toward Abu Muslim's body. Its movements were fast and nimble, completely disproportionate to its massive body. The illustrious governor of Iron and Blood Abu Muslim was actually unable to take a single step forward against the giant ape controlled by Wang Chong. Bastard! I'd like to see how long you can last. As the Abbasid Caliphate's governor of the East, the supreme ruler from Khorasan to Samarkand, Abu Muslim was not the type to lose his cool, but after all this time, all his attacks had been blocked by a giant ape, and he still hadn't been able to finish off that Tang dynasty youth. Abu Muslim couldn't help but feel a tinge of anger. And what made Abu Muslim even more worried was that the three mountainous behemoths and the tens of thousands of Tang dynasty warriors had instantly put the Arabs at an absolute disadvantage. The Arabs were in complete disarray, suffering grievous casualties. In Abu Muslim's life as governor of the East, he had never suffered such a major defeat. Ziyad. Abu Muslim's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared at the consecrated, which was like a primordial beast. But Abu Muslim had barely finished speaking when a roiling black energy tinged with gold and red surged out of the giant ape's back and rumbled toward Wang Chong like a dragon. At the center of the black gas, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see a bronze-colored snake-patterned ancient ring. The Ocean Ring was another of the Abbasid Caliphate's extremely valuable ancient artifacts. After Ziyad had rendered great service in the army, Abu Muslim had put in a good word for him, allowing him to be rewarded by the Caliph and obtain this ancient artifact. This was one of the Abbasid Caliphate's two stabilizing artifacts in the East. It was precisely by relying on this ocean ring that Ziyad had been able to reach the great general level and contend against Qing Qianli's supreme desolation god, even firmly suppressing the supreme desolation god. Unlike Abu Muslim, Ziyad was extremely stealthy, like a snake slithering through the darkness. Ziyad's attack had given no warning, and there was no hint of energy, but when Wang Chong's attention was drawn to Abu Muslim, Ziyad had immediately circled around and attacked. Chapter 996. Bang! But just when Ziyad was preparing to launch a pincer attack with Abu Muslim to kill Wang Chong, there was a flash of flame that was even more dazzling than the sun. It struck the ocean ring that Ziyad had thrown out. This terrifying energy instantly blew apart all the stellar energy Ziyad had attached to it, and the enormous energy even sent Ziyad's ocean ring flying. Burning one. Ziyad paled at the abrupt turn of events. At a time like this, only the Burning One could shatter the attack of a peak great general like Ziyad with a single breath of flame. Damn it! Ziyad's heart sank. The Burning One was even further back than he was. For Wang Chong to be able to borrow the Burning One's strength to shatter his attack meant that he had already predicted his movements. Ziyad, did you really think that you could hide from me? A voice came from the giant ape's shoulder. Wang Chong had a playful expression on his face. Both Abu Muslim and Ziyad had greatly underestimated the abilities of a psychic energy expert. On the entire battlefield, Wang Chong could borrow the vision of any behemoth to observe every corner of the battlefield. No matter how Ziyad tried to conceal his movements, it was useless against Wang Chong. Ziyad, you should just play around with it. Wang Chong had barely finished speaking when a massive bear paw, as white as frost, came slapping down from the side like a tsunami. Ziyad fiercely turned his head, but he only had time to unleash a burst of black energy before he was sent flying by the bear paw. Behind him, a behemoth roared, a white bear with savage eyes pursuing Ziyad with astonishing speed. Even farther away, the Burning One had spat out a mouthful of flames to stop Ziyad, and then it turned its head and continued to spit out flames at the fleeing Arabs. In terms of power, the Burning One might not be the strongest, but the flames it spat out were actually the most powerful on this battlefield. Through the four behemoths, Wang Chong had complete control over the battlefield. With a thought, he quickly gathered his psychic energy on Mazel's body. Mazel was only 100 feet below Wang Chong. More importantly, Wang Chong sensed that the psychic energy attack against Mazel had reached its final stage. In just a few moments, he would have complete control over Mazel. Wang Chong, you will regret this. Underground, Mazel gave a cry of despair. His spiritual energy retreated little by little, becoming weaker and weaker. He was no match for Wang Chong at all. It looked like it was about to be controlled by Wang Chong, just like the giant beast from before. But what shocked Mazel the most was that as Wang Chong launched his psychic energy attacks, he was also gaining experience in the psychic energy domain. Wang Chong was getting more and more proficient in his attacks, even using the techniques he had comprehended against him. Mazel's hopes of escaping from Wang Chong's grasp were dwindling. Wang Chong's expression was cold and aloof. Ignoring him, he only increased his attacks on Mazel. Wang Chong, let me go. I can be your slave. I can help you control the behemoth army. The stench of death grew stronger and stronger, and Mazel could no longer hold back his pleas. There's no need. I can control the behemoth army myself. Wang Chong's attitude was as firm as steel. He would not tolerate the commander of the behemoth army in the slightest. Ha ha ha! Do you think you know all the secrets of the behemoth army? You can't control them. Only I can control them. I am their true master. Let me go. As long as I live, I'll tell you everything. Mazel was at first dazed by Wang Chong's words, and then he began to shout. There's no need. Once I control you, I'll know all your secret. Wang Chong hated Mazel to the extreme, so he would not listen to his excuses. You won't have that chance. You still haven't completely grasped the mysteries of the psychic energy domain. If I self-detonate, you won't get anything. Mazel anxiously said. Wang Chong's brow creased as he slightly slowed his attacks. Right. Let me go. As long as you let me go, I can tell you anything. There's no need for you to go to so much trouble. I can tell you anything. Mazel immediately sensed a sliver of hope from Wang Chong, and like a drowning man grasping at straws, he frantically called out, Wang Chong. Wang Chong fell silent. Although he did not completely believe Mazel's words, he had to consider the possibility that Mazel might self-detonate. Wang Chong, you are a great hero, the commander of the Tang dynasty. I am just a servant of the Arabian Empire, obscure and without status. Abu Muslim threatened to kill all my people, so I had no choice but to obey his orders. I am just a knife in someone else's hand. None of this has anything to do with me. Why do you have to bother with a lowly person like me? Let me go. The benefits to you far outweigh the disadvantages. I can even get more intelligence from the Arabian Empire for you. Think about it, the Arabs started this war. Don't you want to take revenge on them? Mazel chattered on, his potential exploding under the pressure of death. As he spoke, he saw that Wang Chong seemed to be persuaded. Mazel's head lowered lower and lower, his expression becoming more and more humble, all traces of his previous arrogance gone. But no one noticed that as Mazel lowered his head, his fingers trembled, and a vicious light silently flitted through his eyes. I'm just a nobody. You've seen my memories. I was born deformed, and I was looked down upon since I was a child. From start to finish, I've always been someone else's servant, a servant, existing only for the will of others. Are you really willing to bicker with a pitiful person like me? Haha, Reaper, kill him! In his final moments, Mazel's expression became savage. Far away, whoosh! In a flash of light, the white bear that had been fighting with Ziad suddenly raised half its body as it passed by Wang Chong. Without any warning, a snow-white palm the size of a mountain suddenly slapped down at Wang Chong's shoulder. Ah! Cries of alarm rang out, everyone dumbfounded by this sudden development. Even the Arab deputy governor Ziad, who was standing across from Bai Xiong, revealed a hint of shock, as if he had no idea what was going on. On the other side, the white bear's massive palm was getting closer and closer to Wang Chong. Even though Wang Chong was a Saint Martial Tier 8 expert, he would still be dead in front of a behemoth with terrifying strength. Mazel, you really think yourself clever. Did you really think that your little tricks could fool me? Wang Chong stood on the left shoulder of the giant ape, his expression cold and unmoved. Boom! Just when the countless Tang dynasty soldiers were feeling uneasy, their hearts in their throats, and all the Arab soldiers, including Ziad, were hoping that the white bear's palm would kill Wang Chong, there was a flash of light and a heaven-shaking boom. A moment later, the other arm of the ape seemed to have predicted this attack and blocked it. Roar! The giant ape suddenly turned its head and roared at the white bear. Its expression was extremely ferocious. No! Mazel's body went limp at this sight, and he collapsed onto the head of the centipede monster and let out a howl of despair. Unlike before, Mazel's eyes were ashen, and there was no longer any hope of a fluke. In order to avoid Wang Chong's senses and control the white bear behemoth's palm, Mazel had expended a great deal of energy, but he had still lost. Now, meet your fate. A callous voice resounded in Mazel's mind. This time, Wang Chong had no pity, no hesitation. Rumble! Psychic energy swept out like a tide, crushing Mazel's last sliver of consciousness. When Mazel had schemed against Wang Chong, he had also severed his last sliver of life. Ah! Mazel gave one final scream before his death, his shrill voice piercing through the earth and resounding over the battlefield. Both Abu Muslim and Ziad grimaced at this voice. I curse you, Wang Chong, and all the Tang people of the East. I will make all of you die horrible deaths. There will be a day when someone will avenge me. This war is far from over. Mazel spat venomously, and with that, Mazel's life was snuffed out, his aura vanishing from the world. Truly seeking death. Wang Chong's expression was cold, his eyes devoid of any pity. Mazel's smart-ass had only hastened his death. Mazel! That bastard actually killed him. Meanwhile, in the air, Abu Muslim and Ziad had completely different reactions. Even when Wang Chong was controlling the four behemoths to slaughter the Arabs, Abu Muslim and Ziad had only turned ashen, their eyes spitting fire. But when Mazel died, these two illustrious Arab commanders, renowned for their iron fists and callousness, suddenly paled. Mazel was not only the commander of the behemoth army, but also one of the caliph's favored subjects. He was highly regarded by the caliph. If not for the caliph's orders and the fact that Talas was far from the royal capital, Abu Muslim and Ziad would have never had the right to command Mazel. More importantly, Mazel didn't know any martial arts. He was just a psychic energy warlock with a crippled body. He had been ordered by the emperor to lead the behemoths to the east. As the highest commanders of the east, Abu Muslim and Ziad had the responsibility of protecting him, but now Mazel was dead. Chapter 997. The Arabian Empire had a strict hierarchy, and the commander of the empire's most important behemoth army had died on the border because of him. Not even Abu Muslim, the strongest governor of the East in history, could bear the consequences. Wang Chong, you will pay the price for this. I will personally kill you so that you can accompany Mazel in death. Abu Muslim's expression was one of rage. Asmodee's fury. Abu Muslim instantly exploded with his strongest attack, and behind him, Asmodeus, one of the 72 demon god pillars, even began to split his 3 heads into 3, forming 3 demon god bodies. At this moment, Abu Muslim's strength increased by nearly 40%. Die for me. At almost the same time, Deputy Governor Ziad grabbed the bronze ocean ring and threw it at Wang Chong on the giant ape's shoulder. The two imperial great generals worked together, stimulating the last of their potential as they madly attacked Wang Chong. Boom boom boom. The governor and deputy governor's attacks rained down on Wang Chong, covering every angle and direction of the giant ape's body, enveloping every inch of space around Wang Chong. Even space itself began to crumble, pitch-black cracks appearing in the air. The immense power of the attacks even caused the ground beneath Wang Chong's feet to hum and tremble as if an earthquake was occurring. Even the powerful consecrated began to wobble under the viceroy and governor's all-out attacks. Large patches of bruises appeared on its body as it was completely suppressed by the two's attacks. Given the consecrated's immense strength, this sort of situation was simply unimaginable. Abu Muslim, Ziad, it's useless. Standing on the giant ape's shoulder, Wang Chong shook his head as he gazed at the frenzied pair. Wang Chong raised his head, and as far as his eyes could see, there were violent air currents everywhere, and the ear-piercing whistling sounds were like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, rising and falling, filling his ears, but Wang Chong's expression was calm, and he didn't move in the slightest. Your efforts are futile. Your attacks can't even break through the giant ape's defenses. It's impossible for you to pose any threat to me. Wang Chong was like a rock, standing erect in place. Abu Muslim and Ziad had no way of knowing that at this moment they were no longer facing Wang Chong, but an experienced and peak war saint of the Central Plains, a supreme commander who had once led the last of the continent's soldiers in battle against the otherworldly invaders for several decades and had been tempered by blood and fire. Boom boom boom. Neither Abu Muslim nor Ziad showed any signs of slowing down. On the contrary, they were even fiercer than before. Arrogant. I want to see how long you can last. So what if you can control the behemoths? No matter how great the price, I want you dead. If I don't kill you, I won't rest. Ziad's expression was as cold as ice. Although Wang Chong was controlling the giant ape, both Ziad and Abu Muslim could sense that Wang Chong's cultivation level was not very high. He was only at Saint Martial Tier 8, not even a great general. If not for the fact that the consecrated, the strongest of the four behemoths, had been blocking them this entire time, both Ziad and Abu Muslim would have been able to easily pulverize Wang Chong. The behemoths were not martial artists, so their defenses were not so tight. They would eventually reveal a flaw, and that moment would be the day of Wang Chong's death. Buzz. Just when Ziad had made up his mind that no matter what price he had to pay, he had to kill Wang Chong, the sky suddenly darkened and an enormous shadow engulfed Ziad. Ziad's expression froze, and he subconsciously turned his head. When he slowly raised his head, he saw that a massive figure had appeared behind him at some point, a pair of scarlet eyes staring coldly and emotionlessly at him. Burning One. Ziad's heart chilled as he recognized this behemoth with a glance. He didn't know when this fire-type giant beast had advanced all the way, but it had actually gotten so close. But this was not the only thing that made Ziad's heart turn cold. 1, 2, 3. The consecrated, the burning one, the reaper, the four supreme behemoths of the Arabian Empire had all gathered here, working with the consecrated to occupy the four cardinal directions and surround Ziad and Abu Muslim. Although Ziad and Abu Muslim were known as the two strongest existences of the Arabian East, before these four primordial behemoths, each several dozen feet tall and brimming with vitality, they were as insignificant as ants. Didn't you want to fight? Then come. Wang Chong sneered at the pair, and with a thought, the consecrated, the burning one, the reaper, the four supreme behemoths attacked at the same time. Wind and lightning surged, and the entire world seemed to lose color to the attacks of these four behemoths. Bang! Two massive palms, one on the left and one on the right, struck Ziad and sent him flying. At almost the same time, a lava flame even more dazzling than the sun and three mountainous palms struck the governor of Iron and Blood. Pillar of Asmodai. In the end, Abu Muslim was still stronger than Ziad. Although he had not expected the four behemoths to gather together, Abu Muslim still reacted as quickly as possible. Dark clouds roiled in the sky as black energy flowed like a river, gathering in front of Abu Muslim. In the sky, a massive pillar of golden-red demon god appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Abu Muslim. Asmodai was a demon god of the ancient legends of the Arabian Empire, the guardian of treasures. It was scattered all over the deep sea, hiding countless priceless treasures. Those treasures were enough to make any human king go crazy. As the guardian of these treasures, Asmodai had a powerful defensive ability besides the strength that everyone was familiar with, the Pillar of Asmodai. Abu Muslim's ability to conquer so many countries and fight with so many great generals without suffering a single wound was largely due to this technique. At his peak, Abu Muslim could even block the combined attacks of 3 great generals at the same time. Rumble! The flames of the burning one and the paws of the other behemoths collided with Abu Muslim's Pillar of Asmodeus. In a few short moments, the air exploded with explosions. Smoke and flames shot out for more than 100 zhang, and destructive shockwaves and storms swept across the battlefield. Clang! A steel wall weighing tens of thousands of jin was struck by the shockwaves and twisted into a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, the distant city of Talas also suffered a massive impact, the entire city shuddering and stirring up a cloud of dust. The city gate of Talas, forged from 10,000-year-old Xian metal, even caved in. In the air, Abu Muslim was fighting against the 4 behemoths alone, and the result was quickly apparent. Hong, the enormous golden-red Asmodeus pillar, only lasted for an instant before it immediately shattered into pieces. Even though the Pillar of Asmodai was hailed as an indestructible fortress, it was unable to stop the combined attacks of the 4 behemoths. Under the attacks of the 4 behemoths, Abu Muslim was sent flying through the air like a cannonball, flying more than 1,000 feet. But at the last moment, Abu Muslim seemed to be pushed by some invisible energy, causing him to come to a sudden stop. The heavily injured Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan were all stunned by this sight. Even Wang Chong, who was standing on the giant ape's shoulder, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He was well aware of just how powerful the behemoths were. Putting aside Abu Muslim's offensive power, just the formidable defensive power he had displayed was enough to make anyone shiver in fear. But a moment later, crack! Abu Muslim's black armor, which had been forged from some unknown material, suddenly began to crack like a broken mirror. The intact battlefield was instantly shattered into thousands of pieces that rained down from the sky. Abu Muslim's expression chilled as he lowered his head, his expression finally paling. The armor of Besses. In the Arabian language, Besses represented the earth, sturdy, and war. Besses was a hell behemoth. It was rumored that Besses had been born from the earth and fed on war, slaughter, and fear. Because it had obtained life from the earth, it was endowed with extremely powerful offensive and defensive abilities. It was the most cherished armor of commanders who loved war and slaughter. From the moment it was created, the armor of Besses had been owned by more than 200 legendary commanders and great generals. It had an extremely ancient history, and there was almost no one in the world to the west of the Tsong Mountains who did not know of it. It was one of the rarest and rarest armors. Abu Muslim had obtained it 20 years ago, when he conquered the Sassanid dynasty, from the tomb of a legendary Sassanid marshal. Abu Muslim had always regarded it as a precious treasure, even more so than the eye of the demon god. Chapter 998. The armor of Besses was incredibly tough, capable of blocking the attacks of almost any weapon and greatly weakening them. Abu Muslim had even believed that there was nothing in the world that could damage the armor of Besses. But now, the powerful armor of Besses had been completely shattered by the combined attacks of the 4 behemoths. At this moment, Abu Muslim was stunned. Abu Muslim, I know that you like war. Come, let's fight to the end. A voice resounded through the world. Wang Chong looked at the distant Abu Muslim, a playful smile on his lips. No matter how powerful Abu Muslim was or how many Arab tools and treasures he had on him, on this battlefield, as long as he controlled the 4 behemoths, he would be the strongest force on the battlefield. This was something that no magic tool could compare to. There was no existence here that could fight against 4 behemoths at the same time. Whoosh! As Wang Chong spoke, a massive wave of lava swept toward Abu Muslim. A moment ago, Abu Muslim had been so callous and iron-fisted that he had dared to use the eye of the demon god to fight against the consecrated, but now, he had retreated, his body flashing as he dodged the burning one's attack. "Humph! You think you can escape?" Wang Chong sneered, knowing that Abu Muslim had fallen into his rhythm. No matter which behemoth he fought against, as his energy was consumed, he would eventually have to face 3 or more behemoths at the same time, and he would immediately be doomed. Roar! The strongest of the 4 behemoths, the consecrated, opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of savage fangs as it swung its 2 massive ape arms at Abu Muslim. Shortly after, the Reaper and the other gigantic beast pounced on them. As Moliai's fury, Abu Muslim grimaced as he unleashed a punch from the 72 demon god pillar's fist while retreating to the western side of the battlefield. However, before he could retreat, boom, another burst of lava shot out, blocking his path. Now that he had lost the armor of besieged, even Abu Muslim was forced to dodge this full-strength attack of the Burning One. "You want to leave now? It won't be that easy." Wang Chong sneered and commanded the 3 giant beasts to surround them. Abu Muslim was extremely powerful, even more so than Gao Xianji, and his defensive prowess was astonishing. In this aspect, Wang Chong had never seen an imperial great general stronger than him. But in terms of combat experience and technique, Abu Muslim had no advantage. Boom! There was a flash of light as a massive bear paw swatted at Abu Muslim. At almost the same time, another massive paw came from behind Abu Muslim. Soon after, Wang Chong had the strongest consecrated approach, its massive ape arm smashing down on Abu Muslim with the weight of Mount Tai. Under Wang Chong's control, the 3 behemoths attacked in wave after wave, giving Abu Muslim no time to catch his breath. Abu Muslim dodged left and right under the barrage of attacks from the 3 behemoths, his face ashen and grimacing, but he remained silent. At this point in the battle, not even someone as callous and iron-fisted as Abu Muslim could say anything. Abu Muslim could hardly absolve himself from the blame for turning this battle from a seemingly favorable situation to this current one. But as the commander of the army, even though he knew that he could no longer contend against Wang Chong, Abu Muslim still persisted, still searching for one last ray of hope that he could turn defeat into victory and reverse this unprecedented rout. But at this moment, "Aya!" a scream resounded in his ear. "Ziad!" Abu Muslim grimaced as he instantly recognized who it was. His heart tightened as he turned his head. In the distance, Ziad, wielding the ocean ring, had been struck by one of the Burning One's flames. Behind him, Abu Muslim was shocked to see a centipede monster. "It's Mazel's pet." Abu Muslim recognized this centipede monster. At some point, Wang Chong had taken control of this monster and stealthily circled behind Ziad. It was precisely this centipede monster's sudden appearance that blocked Ziad's path of retreat, allowing him to be struck by the Burning One's jaws. On the surface, Wang Chong was putting all his strength into dealing with Abu Muslim, but in reality, he was baiting Ziad. Upon understanding this, Abu Muslim's heart sank, and he suddenly felt an intense apprehension toward Wang Chong. This young commander of the Tang dynasty had a meticulous mind, far more frightening than any opponent he had ever faced. An excellent chance. Wang Chong had been observing Abu Muslim this entire time. On the surface, he seemed to be using luring tactics to deal with Ziad, but his true target had never changed. It had always been the highest commander of the Eastern Arab army. When Abu Muslim turned his head to look at Ziad, Wang Chong immediately sensed the opportunity he had been waiting for. An expert of Abu Muslim's level was far too experienced and skilled. Even though Wang Chong had 4 behemoths with the power to destroy the world, killing him would still be no easy task. Only by baiting a sliver of weakness in his mind could Wang Chong succeed. Bang! While Abu Muslim was distracted, Wang Chong's giant ape, white bear, and another behemoth formed a triangle around Abu Muslim. The 3 behemoths attacked from 3 different directions, sealing off all of Abu Muslim's paths of retreat. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Wang Chong had been waiting for this moment for many years, and the strength of these three behemoths was even more astonishing. Before the giant palms had even descended, the enormous pressure had already blasted the space between them into a vacuum. Without the protection of the armor of Basai Nisi, even Abu Muslim couldn't help but grimace in the face of this dreadful attack. For the first time in his life, the governor of Iron and Blood sensed the thick stench of death. But a moment later, Abu Muslim's thick brow rose as if he had noticed something. Bzzz. Before the attacks of the three behemoths could land, Abu Muslim had slipped through the gap between the three behemoths and escaped from Wang Chong's killing trap. Ziad, let's go! Abu Muslim fiercely punched, forcing back the mountainous burning one and giving Ziad a moment to catch his breath, and then he swiftly fled into the distance. Although he was unwilling, Abu Muslim did not persist this time. Although Wang Chong was not very strong, only at Saint Martial Tier 8, Abu Muslim did not place him in his eyes. But the intelligence and strength he had displayed left Abu Muslim deeply apprehensive. In his hands, the four behemoths had reached the pinnacle of power, even stronger than when they were in the hands of the Arabs. Moreover, the behemoths were even able to cooperate with each other. This was simply unimaginable. On the other side, although Ziad was injured, with Abu Muslim's assistance, he was able to smoothly escape. Without the slightest hesitation, he followed Abu Muslim into the distance. But this time, Wang Chong did not immediately pursue. What's going on here? Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. He suddenly turned his head to look at the white bear, a dark and gloomy look on his face. According to Wang Chong's original plan, with the strength of the three behemoths and his own calculations, Abu Muslim would be heavily injured, if not killed. But when the three behemoths were preparing for the final attack, for some reason, the white bear behemoth had suddenly slowed down by half a beat. This difference of half a beat had caused a gap to appear in Wang Chong's encirclement, allowing Abu Muslim to use this gap to successfully escape. I already have complete control over the four behemoths. All their limbs, torsos, muscles, and skin. How could something like this suddenly happen? Wang Chong was well aware that the white bear's change was not normal. But there was no time to think, and Wang Chong quickly raised his head to the front. Everyone, hear my order! Assemble the army and attack at full speed. Abu Muslim was fast, and Ziad was not much slower. Wang Chong would not be able to catch up to the two of them in a short time, but the Arab soldiers on the ground were different. And besides these Arab soldiers, Wang Chong was also facing another enormous threat, the skyquaking giants. Whoosh! The burning one raised its head and spat out a mouthful of lava at a skyquaking giant 100 zhang away. Aya! With a scream, the 18-meter-tall skyquaking giant was set ablaze. Wang Chong only glanced at it before turning his eyes to the rest of the battlefield. Standing on the giant ape's shoulder, he could see countless skyquaking giants roaring as they continued to fight. Although the skyquaking giants were powerful, their lack of intelligence was on full display. Under Wang Chong's control, the four behemoths were dominating the battlefield. Countless Arab soldiers were fleeing in fear to the west, and even Abu Muslim and Ziad were forced to retreat to avoid Wang Chong's edge. But the skyquaking giants seemed oblivious, all of them still engrossed in the battle before them. More than 80% of the skyquaking army was still fighting, showing no signs of retreating. Truly reckless. It's no wonder Abu Muslim waited until the last moment to release them. Wang Chong coldly said. In the past, just 500 or 600 skyquaking giants would have been enough to deal a massive blow to the Tang dynasty, but with four behemoths under his control, these skyquaking giants were no longer a threat. Chapter 999. Roar. The behemoth roared as the massive white bear swatted down with its massive paw. A skyquaking giant screamed in fear, but it only had time to raise its arms to block before the paw smashed it into pulp. At almost the same time, Wang Chong controlled the giant ape to punch two skyquaking giants in two. Even their dark green heaven god armor was crushed by the giant ape's immense strength. The consecrated were stronger than the burning one and the other behemoths, so these skyquaking giants were even less of a match. Kill him! To Wang Chong's surprise, the nearby skyquaking giants did not flee at the sight of their comrade being killed. On the contrary, their eyes went red and they began to seethe with killing intent. The leading skyquaking giant called out, and the earth quaked. 7 or 8 skyquaking giants, ranging from 18 to 23 meters tall, roared as they charged fearlessly at the giant ape. Boom! These skyquaking giants were wearing dark green god battle armor and wielding shields and spears. Their movements were nimble as they attacked the giant ape from all sides. Roar! Several of the skyquaking giants leaped onto the giant ape's body and began to climb over its head. Spears, shields, and fists rained down on the giant ape's body. These skyquaking giants possessed peerless strength, their punches capable of shattering mountains and shattering steel. But when these punches landed on the giant ape, they were completely blocked by its tough skin. Wang Chong only shook his head at this sight. Boom! A massive ape arm descended from the sky, instantly crushing a skyquaking giant that was still climbing on the ape's back. Blood gushed out like a waterfall from the dark green god battle armor. Boom! The giant ape's left fist punched again, and a skyquaking giant with a savage expression and a dark green shield was struck by the giant ape's iron fist. Crack! The shield shattered, and the giant ape's enormous strength shattered the skyquaking giant's bones, causing blood to flow out of his orifices. With a thud, he fell to the ground like a ragged sack. Boom, boom, boom. The movements of the giant apes were fast and nimble. They were either blocking, chopping, kicking, or slapping. All kinds of moves were constantly changing. In just a short time, the blood of 6 or 7 giant apes sprayed through the sky. One by one, they fell to the ground in a disorderly manner, motionless, and this happened in less than a few breaths' time. The giant ape's strength was far too easy to deal with these giants. With the 4 behemoths working together, the skyquaking giants that had been like a thorn in the heart of the Tang dynasty army instantly suffered grievous losses. 20, 50, 80, 120 large swathes of skyquaking giants were cut down like melons and vegetables, their 10-meter-tall bodies crashing to the ground one after another. Wave after wave of skyquaking giants fearlessly charged forward, only to be cut down like weeds. Finally, run! With a shrill cry, the giants were finally afraid in the face of the giant beast's overwhelming power. One of the skyquaking giants that had been charging at the giant ape saw the corpse of his comrade, and suddenly stopped. A hint of fear flashed through his eyes, and then he began to flee. There was one, and then there was a second, a third, although the giants had sacrificed their intelligence for power, so much so that they couldn't even sense the changes on the battlefield, they were still intelligent creatures. Even they knew fear in the face of death. In a flash, the skyquaking giants saw the 4 behemoths and began to flee with the Arabs, their courage crumbling like a mountain in a landslide. By this time, 200 to 300 skyquaking giants had fallen. Kill! With the crisis of the skyquaking giants resolved, the Tang dynasty soldiers on the ground breathed sighs of relief. Unsheathing their swords, they surged forward like a tide toward the distant Arabs. Whether it was the behemoths or the giants, they were not normal creatures, nor were they things that should normally appear on the battlefield. In the end, the opponents of warriors were still warriors. That was their battle. Damn it! What's going on here? How did Mazel's behemoth army end up being controlled by these Eastern humans? Where's that bastard himself? No one was more panicked than the commander of the giant army, Garib Hassam. He still didn't know how he had lost a battle that should have been certain victory. Even the illustrious Governor Abu Muslim and Ziyad had fled. And the fact that the mighty skyquaking army had lost 200 to 300 men in such a short time made him feel a chill in his heart. Hurry and get out of here. These Tang people are even stronger than the legends say. I can't keep fighting. If I don't run now, I might really die here. Garib Hassan was panicking as he did his utmost to flee. But a moment later, he saw a certain place in front of him, and Garib Hassan was instantly enraged. These bastards! They're running even faster than me. Several hundred meters in front of Garib Hassan, the skyquaking giants were fleeing even faster than Garib Hassan. This made Garib Hassan want nothing more than to chase after them and smash them to the ground. Just when Garib Hassan was preparing to pursue, he suddenly felt a strange sensation in his mind. In a flash of light, the air trembled, and in the blink of an eye, a flame more dazzling than the sun exploded in front of him. This sudden development made Garib Hassan's heart shiver, and he had to stop. However, this was far from over. Boom! In the next moment, the air whistled, and an enormous aura descended from the sky like a storm, landing heavily in front of Garib Hassan. Garib Hassan's mind shook when he saw the mountain-like giant ape in front of him, and his expression instantly changed. The consecrated. Garib Hassan never expected that the most powerful behemoth would actually block his way at this time. The others can leave, but you obediently stay behind. A voice came from the giant ape's shoulder. Wang Chong was looking down on the giant commander, his expression cold and his voice firm and decisive. You're right, Wang Chong said. In the entire giant army, no one was more powerful than the king of giants. With his height of nearly 30 meters, he stood out even amongst the giants, but this was not the only reason Wang Chong was determined to keep him here. Bzzz. Wang Chong's gaze moved from Garib Hassan's head to his neck, and then to his abdomen, all the way to the massive war halo at his feet. This king of giants was different from the others, not just because of his title, but because Wang Chong sensed a vast and boundless energy from his body. Wang Chong had expected giants to appear in the Southwestern War, but this was the first time Wang Chong had encountered a giant who knew martial arts. The stellar energy in his body was vast and boundless. Although he had not yet reached the great general level, in terms of quantity, not even 20 brigadier generals could compare to him. Not even the great generals who stood at the apex of all martial artists could compare to him. In Wang Chong's eyes, this was a living, free-moving dipper treasury. The battle was in full swing, and Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan had all sustained severe injuries. At a time like this, how could Wang Chong allow the king of giants to leave? Foul brat, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that I don't know that you're the one controlling these behemoths. Although I can't defeat the consecrated, dealing with you isn't a problem. Garib Hassan glared at Wang Chong on the consecrated's shoulder and roared. Oh! Wang Chong's eyes widened in surprise. This king of giants had been able to see the crux of the problem at a glance. It appeared that he was smarter than he had imagined. A giant who knows how to taunt me is truly interesting. But you'd better obediently lie down for me. Wang Chong grinned as he ordered the giant ape to attack. Boom! The air howled as a massive fist smashed toward Garib Hassan. Garib Hassan's expression changed. In the blink of an eye, he crossed his arms and assumed a defensive stance to block the consecrated's attack. Garib Hassan was powerful enough, but there was still a significant gap between him and the giant ape. Bang! Bang! With a loud sound, Garib Hassan's left shoulder was struck, and the dark green shoulder armor instantly shattered. The enormous force sent Garib Hassan flying like a cannonball, and he heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Not only did Wang Chong not rejoice after sending Garib Hassan flying, he even stopped and frowned as he looked down at the giant ape's arm. Wang Chong had expected the giant ape's fist to hit Garib Hassan's chest and not his left shoulder. With the consecrated's immense strength, this punch should have been enough to heavily injure Garib Hassan and completely destroy his fighting strength. But for some reason, the consecrated's attack had deviated at the last moment. What's going on? Chapter 1000. Could all of this have something to do with Mazel? Wang Chang's brow furrowed even tighter as he recalled Mazel's dying words. He already knew all of Mazel's secrets, and Mazel had been utterly defeated in the psychic energy battle. There was no way he could hide anything from Wang Chong. Moreover, his control over the behemoths was merely lacking in agility. Perhaps it was because he had been controlling them for too long, not because there really was a problem. As this thought flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly calmed down and looked into the distance. On the ground, King of Giants Garib Hassam's injuries were not as severe as imagined, as he had avoided being struck in any of his vitals. Damn thing! Don't let me find a chance, or else I'll skin you alive and tear you to pieces. Garib Hassam crawled up from the ground, his teeth clenched in fury. Standing on the giant ape's shoulder, Wang Chong only coldly chuckled at these words. He understood Arabic, so he could understand the words King of Giants, but Wang Chong did not even try to argue with him. He only calmly looked at Garib Hassam and gave his order. Boom! The sky darkened. Just as Garib Hassam was cursing fiercely, a huge shadow grew bigger and fiercely slammed down from behind Garib Hassam. Roar! With an earth-shattering roar, the mountainous white bear retracted its paw after knocking Garib Hassam unconscious. Still not smart enough. Wang Chong faintly smiled as he controlled the giant ape to turn around and head back to the front lines. The outcome had been decided. The sky-quaking army had fled, and Abu Muslim and Ziyad had chosen to retreat. All that was left was to pursue the Arab soldiers. Unlike before, the Arabs had lost almost all their elites in this battle. Now was the perfect time to strike while the iron was hot. Rumbling could be heard as the giant ape strode forward at high speed. Standing on the giant ape's shoulder, Wang Chong could see that the vast battlefield was filled with panicked shouts and screams. The more than 100,000 Arab cavalry threw down their helmets and armor as they madly fled to the west. Behind them, the Tang soldiers had regrouped into formation and were charging at the Arabs. Wherever the black tide reached, the Arabs would fall in droves. For the first time, the number of Arab corpses on the battlefield far surpassed that of the Tang dynasty. It's time for you to pay the price. Wang Chong looked into the distance and a smile appeared on his face. But soon, a strange feeling surged. Along with the chaotic airflow, Wang Chong suddenly smelled a fishy smell in the wind. Wang Chong didn't care at first, but soon, the fishy smell didn't fade. Instead, it became thicker and thicker. Moreover, Wang Chong felt that the source of the fishy smell seemed to be very close to him. Drip. Suddenly, the sound of liquid dripping came from next to him. It was extremely soft, but to an expert of Wang Chong's level, it sounded like a peal of thunder. More importantly, the fishy smell that Wang Chong could smell had grown several times stronger. This is? Wang Chong subconsciously raised his head, and a moment later, he saw a shocking sight. Black blood was dripping from the giant ape's left ear. The fishy smell that Wang Chong had smelled was coming from this blood. Wang Chong had been focused on the entire battlefield, but when he turned to look at the giant ape's face, he suddenly realized that as the black blood dripped down, the ape's face was clearly in pain. No matter how slow Wang Chong's reaction was, he still felt that something was wrong. His heart thumping, Wang Chong quickly turned his head and looked at the other behemoth. Unsurprisingly, the other behemoths also had expressions of pain on their faces. As for the weakest burning one, Wang Chong had only noticed that it was spitting out flames, but now Wang Chong noticed that although it was still spitting out flames, it had already lost its aim. It was only because it had no specific target that he could not see it. Not only that, but upon closer inspection, the burning one's body seemed to be trembling slightly, as if it could not stand stably. Wang Chong's heart sank, and his expression instantly changed. Bzzzt, without the slightest hesitation, a mental force instantly shot out, streaking through the air and burrowing into the burning one's forehead like a bolt of lightning. How could this be? Seeing the situation in the burning one's brain, Wang Chong could no longer maintain his composure. Mental power elites could control behemoths by using mental power to occupy the important meridians in the brain. As long as the meridians were normal, Wang Chong would not be too concerned. But when Wang Chong swept his gaze over the burning one's brain, he suddenly realized that the situation of this giant flame lizard was extremely bad. Although the meridians related to mental power in its brain were still normal, the other brain tissues were shockingly showing signs of withering, and some areas were even showing signs of black necrosis. Wang Chong's heart instantly sank. This shouldn't be. Wang Chong's heart was extremely shaken. This situation was definitely not good news. But right now, he had no way of determining whether this was just a coincidence, or if it really was as he had guessed. Bzzt with a thought, Wang Chong quickly retreated. A mental force shot out and burrowed into the body of the other polar bear. At first glance, it did not seem to have the severe brain atrophy that the burning one had, but when Wang Chong's mental force swept over the other parts of the polar bear's body, his heart instantly sank. He saw that inside the polar bear's body, blood vessels were all bulging and rupturing. Although the polar bear behemoth's outer appearance looked unharmed, its insides had long since been a mess. Not only that, when Wang Chong searched the other parts of the polar bear's brain, he shockingly discovered that 2 of the meridians related to mental power had already cracked. How is this possible? Wang Chong's heart trembled, and his mental force quickly rushed towards the last giant bear. As expected, the last giant bear's brain was in a similarly terrible state. In that instant, Wang Chong had a bad feeling. Could it be that the brains of these behemoths cannot endure long periods of mental control? In the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through his mind. The behemoths were so powerful that not even great generals could compare to them, but their weakness was their brains. Although their bodies were massive, the brains of the 4 behemoths, including the consecrated, were completely disproportionate to their massive bodies. This was why Wang Chong could control them. But this sort of control came with a price. Wang Chong still had no way of confirming whether this brain atrophy was caused by psychic energy. But even if this wasn't the case, there had to be a myriad of connections. The power of the behemoths was the dominant force on this battlefield. Whoever controlled the behemoths would control the battle. Wang Chong was currently faced with a dilemma. He could either continue to control the 4 behemoths until their brains shriveled up and they died, or he could relinquish control over the 4 behemoths and delay their death. But once this happened, the behemoths would undoubtedly begin to attack the Tang army. Abu Muslim and Ziyad, who had already fled, might even seize this chance to gather their soldiers and launch a counterattack. If this happened, Wang Chong would fail on the verge of success. Whoosh! The howling winds caused Wang Chong's hair to flutter in the wind. Wang Chong stood motionlessly on the giant ape's shoulder, his mind in turmoil. Should he relinquish control over the behemoths or watch them die? Wang Chong had to make a decision as quickly as possible. Chonger, hurry! Now is the best time to attack the Arabs. Suddenly, a deep and heavy voice came from the ground. Wang Yen was riding a large horse, shouting at Wang Chong, who was on the shoulder of the giant ape, to bring him back to his senses. Yes, father. Your child understands. Wang Chong blinked and quickly regained his composure. Wang Chong knew what he had to do next. Rumble! The earth quaked as the 4 behemoths once more began to move, leading the army in pursuit of the Arabs. 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th units, hear my order. All of you, stay in the rear and guard against the attacks of the Uzun and Western Turks. Everyone else pursue. Wang Chong's voice resounded over the battlefield. Although they had won this battle, Daluan Ruozan and his Uzun army were still a hidden danger. If they were attacked from the back while pursuing the Arabs and the city of Talas was occupied, they would lose the greater for the greater good. Yes, Marquis. Energetic shouts came from the rear. At this moment, Wang Chong was like a divine soldier in their eyes. No matter how strong or how many enemies they faced, they had no doubt that they would be able to crush them. Now that he had made up his mind, Wang Chong no longer hesitated. He had the 4 behemoths advance at full speed, so fast that not even the charge of a warhorse could keep up. In a cloud of dust, the behemoths covered Tensum Zhang with each step. In just a few moments they had caught up to the fleeing Arab army. Rumble, fire, bare paws, iron fists, and all other kinds of attacks rained down on the Arab army. Ah! Screams filled the air as large numbers of Arab soldiers died. 60,000, 68,000, 70,000, 80,000. Almost half of the 200,000 Arab cavalry had been killed, and this number was still rising. This was the deepest nightmare for the Arab army. Get out of the way. Don't block my path. I'm a general. Get out of the way. Run. The behemoths are catching up. Chapter 1001. Stop. Don't panic. In the chaos, an Arab general attempted to restrain the army and reorganize its formation so that it wouldn't trample on one another. But not long after he gave the order, an enormous foot stomped down, pulverizing the Arab general and the soldiers around him into meat paste. Don't worry about the formation. Run. Screams rose from behind them and then quickly died away, as if their necks had been snapped. All of them felt their hair stand on end. The tangible threat of death made even the bravest of Arab soldiers feel their scalps numb and their hearts fill with fear. But now that Wang Chong had decided to stimulate the potential of these behemoths, the fleeing Arab soldiers could not outrun them. 85,000, 90,000, 96,000, the Arab casualties continued to climb. Severed limbs littered the earth, rivers of blood flowed across it, and Arab scimitars and superior armor littered the battlefield. It's over. The Arabs have already lost this battle. There's no doubt about it. The 3 highest commanders of the Uzan Empire were just as gloomy as the Arabs. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. Even the valiant Arabs had been defeated by the Great Tang's edge, so it would be even more difficult for them to defeat the Great Tang. We need to prepare to withdraw. If we stay, we'll be the ones to suffer grievous casualties. For the first time, Huashu Wuzong began to think about retreating. Just one of these behemoths raised by the Arabs was enough to inflict grievous casualties on them, let alone 4. But the Arabs are still our allies. Before we retreat, should we feign an attack and help them escape? Dusong Mengpoj said with a complex mind. With these final words, Dusong Mengpoj turned his head to Daluan Ruozan. This plan was planned and prepared by Daluan Ruozan. Whether to withdraw or stay, only Daluan Ruozan could make the decision. Daluan Ruozan said nothing, his eyes looking forward, his expression calm. Only his robe flapped in the wind, but neither Huashu Wuzong nor Dusong Mengpoj could tell what he was thinking. There's no hurry. Daluan Ruozan suddenly spoke. The Arabs truly did lose, but this war is far from as simple as all of you imagine. Daluan Ruozan looked at the gigantic beasts in the distance as a sharp glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, on the western side of the city of Talas, the Arab army was being routed. Let's hope it can last as long as possible. This is the last thing we can do. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Even though large numbers of Arabs were falling, Wang Chong was not as excited or elated as he had imagined. His mind was controlling the 4 behemoths, so he could clearly sense the changes in their bodies. Whoosh! The burner continued to spit out streams of flames. Not only were the burner's magma flames inaccurate, but the intensity and heat of the flames were also greatly reduced. Its body trembled violently and swayed. Although it had not fallen, every step seemed to exhaust all the strength in its body. Its body staggered as if it would fall at any moment. Not far from the burning one, the white bear behemoth was growing more and more berserk. It opened and closed its mouth again and again, but not a single sound came out. Only Wang Chong knew that its body was in a terrible state. The meridians that controlled its voice and body had been severely torn, and its movements were becoming more and more uncoordinated and inflexible. Controlling it consumed far more psychic energy than Wang Chong had ever consumed before. Next to the white bear behemoth, the other behemoth was not in much better condition. With every moment that Wang Chong controlled it, the condition of these behemoths worsened. Boom! After an unknown amount of time passed, an earth-shattering boom filled the air. The burning one, the weakest of them all, suddenly slumped to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, the burning one lay on the ground, eyes closed, motionless. This sudden development had not only startled the surrounding Tang dynasty soldiers, but also the distant Abu Muslim and Ziyad. "It's the burning one! What's going on here?" In the distance, the two commanders of the Arabian Empire heard the commotion and turned to look in the direction of Talas, at that fiery lizard in the roiling cloud of dust, their faces stricken with shock. Everyone had witnessed the abilities of the behemoth. If the Tang dynasty had led 4 behemoths in pursuit, no matter how unwilling Abu Muslim and Ziyad were, they would have been forced to order the army to retreat, perhaps even past Samarkand and all the way to Khorasan. But when they saw the motionless burning one in the distance, they glanced at each other and saw the strangeness in each other's eyes. "My lord, this behemoth," Ziyad subconsciously turned to Abu Muslim. The moment the burning one's energy had fallen, it had completely vanished. Another behemoth had fallen on the battlefield of Talas. Ziyad had no idea what had happened, but if there was one person on the battlefield who could single-handedly wound the burning one and even kill it, it could only be Abu Muslim, who cultivated the 72 demon god pillars art. "It wasn't me." Abu Muslim's brow furrowed. Although Ziyad had not finished speaking, Abu Muslim already knew what he was trying to say. The burning one's defense might not be as strong as the consecrated or the other behemoths, but it's still no easy task to kill it. Moreover, I had been fighting with that Tang dynasty Chishi protector general this entire time, so I had no time to deal with it. Ziyad was dumbfounded by these words. If it wasn't Abu Muslim, who else had the ability to kill the burning one? Could it be the Tang people? That would be far too absurd. But the death of the burning one did not slow the pursuit of the Tang dynasty. Tens of thousands of Arabs were slain in droves, their corpses strewn across the western side of Talas. Awo! After some time, the white bear behemoth suddenly stopped in its pursuit of the Arabs. Its face was ferocious, and its 2 huge bare paws suddenly crazily attacked the ground around it and its own body. Loud rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, and countless gravel was sent flying everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed up into the sky. "Ah! Run! The white bear behemoth has gone berserk. Everyone, get away from it!" The Tang dynasty soldiers who had been pursuing the behemoth were startled and began to retreat. Given the white bear behemoth's abilities, if it went berserk and attacked the Tang people around it, the ones suffering the most grievous casualties would be their own people, not the Arabs. But they quickly realized that although the white bear behemoth had gone berserk, it had remained rooted to the ground and made no further attacks. The second one, on the giant ape's shoulder, Wang Chong's heart ached as he gazed at the white bear behemoth. He had originally believed that he had gained control of 4 behemoths and obtained a powerful force, but after the first burning one, another behemoth had fallen into a state of near death. The white bear's berserk behavior was its final act before death. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth trembled, and a series of earth-shattering booms rang out. After raging for a moment, the huge white bear fell heavily to the ground, breathing its last breath. At the moment of its death, its blood seeped through its cracked skin and dyed the white bear's snow-white fur red. Like dominoes falling, the deaths of the burning one and the white bear behemoth marked the beginning of the 4 behemoths' deaths. After the white bear behemoth, the third behemoth was slain with a roar. It wasn't just the distant Abu Muslim, Ziyad, the thousands of Arabs, and even Huishu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj, who were dumbfounded. The 4 behemoths were like 4 massive mountains that pressed down on everyone's head. The pressure they had exerted on the Tang dynasty before was now equivalent to the pressure the Uzan and Arabs were feeling. But no one expected the 4 giant beasts to die one after another. Now there was only one consecrated left. In a flash, Huashu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj subconsciously turned to Daluan Ruozan. When the two of them had been preparing to retreat, it had been Daluan Ruozan who had stopped them. Now that they thought about it, it was clear that he had already noticed some clues. "I don't have that much foresight," Daluan Ruozan indifferently said. He continued to stare forward, not even turning his head. But he had long ago seen through Huashu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj's thoughts. "I just thought of a few things from the reactions of those 4 behemoths. The Arab method of raising the behemoths and the medicine they used to feed them all come from an ancient civilization that dates back at least tens of thousands of years. There is nothing that can remain intact after such a long period of time. Thus, the Arab method of raising the behemoths must have been flawed and naturally flawed. If this wasn't the case, they wouldn't have been so easily controlled." With these final words, Daluan Ruozan turned to Wang Chong on the giant ape's shoulder. "Prime Minister, why don't we use this chance to attack them from the back? Perhaps we can turn defeat into victory. Not only will we defeat the Tang dynasty, but we can also make Abu Muslim and the Arabs feel gratitude toward us?" A voice suddenly came from the side. It was Huaba Senji. He had been standing next to Daluan Ruozan, Huashu Huaitsong, and Dusong Mangpoj, and he had clearly heard every word that had been said. Huaba Senji had been quiet for a very long time, finally speaking. "It's not that easy. Do you see the army in front of Talas? This young marquis has been on guard against us for a long time." Chapter 1002. Of the 4 behemoths, only one was still alive. Just one was enough to deal a destructive blow to Uzan. Moreover, an army filled with righteous indignation was bound to win. The Tang dynasty had just defeated the Arabs, and their morale was at its peak. Recklessly attacking them now was not a good idea. "Wang Chong, in the end, the borrowed strength isn't your true strength. You've already lost your greatest barrier, and everything has returned to square one. Let's see what you do next." Daluan Ruozan mentally muttered to himself. Daluan Ruozan's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the giant ape that had stopped at some point and the young figure on its left shoulder. For some reason, the moment he saw the Arabs retreat, he felt a little more relaxed. In the end, Wang Chong had not died to the Arabs. He finally had a chance to realize his dream, to personally defeat Wang Chong in the fields of strategy and strategy. In the distance, several thousand zhang from the city of Talas, war drums resounded through the air. Standing on the giant ape's shoulder, Wang Chong finally gave the order to withdraw. With Wang Chong's order, the advancing Tang army suddenly seemed to run into an invisible barrier and stopped their pursuit. Fonglin Mountains was a place where orders were strictly enforced. At this moment, the Tang dynasty army displayed a superb level of military discipline and training. Chonger, a dignified voice, extremely familiar, resounded through the air. Wang Yen, dressed in armor and riding a large horse, stood on the ground, a hint of worry in his eyes. "How is the giant ape doing? Can it still hold?" The giant beasts fell one after another. The death of each of these behemoths would cause a huge shock to both sides of the battlefield. Even now, Wang Yen still didn't understand what was going on, nor did he ask. But the fact that one behemoth after another was dying was clearly not good. "It's fine. The consecrated can still hold on," Wang Chong indifferently said. Although he was anxious in his heart, he did not reveal any of it. The death of the giant beast was inevitable. No matter what the specific reason was, it was already a fait accompli. More importantly, the death of the 3 giant beasts had already caused a subtle change to the battlefield. Up ahead, on the western horizon of the city of Talas, the retreating Arabs had begun to slow down. Although they were still badly shaken, they were no longer as panicked and fearful as before. From his position on the giant ape's shoulder, Wang Chong could clearly see Abu Muslim and Ziad gathering the army. I hope this giant ape can last a little longer. At this thought, Wang Chong turned his head and looked at the giant ape beside him. Both of the great ape's ears were dripping with black blood. From Wang Chong's perspective, even the corners of the great ape's eyes and nose were dripping with black blood. The stench in the air was very strong. The great ape was in an extremely bad state. Its breathing was heavy and ragged, like bellows, and its aura was rapidly weakening. Wang Chong was doing his utmost to slow down the death of the great ape's brain, minimizing the amount of psychic energy he could use to control it, but the great ape's death still seemed inevitable. All Wang Chong could do now was delay the death of the great ape for as long as possible. Abu Muslim isn't easy to deal with. With the death of 3 behemoths, it seems like Abu Muslim has come back from the ashes and is beginning to covet the Tang dynasty once more. Chonger, if the last behemoth dies as well, we'll have to prepare for the worst. Wang Yen worriedly said. Before this westward march, none of them had heard of the name Abu Muslim, but now there was probably no one who didn't know of the Arabian Empire and Abu Muslim. The strength of this empire was far greater than they had imagined, and as the highest commander of the Arabian East, Abu Muslim was like a tiger or a wolf. As long as there was the slightest opening, he would take advantage of it, never letting go of a chance to destroy or subjugate his foe. It wasn't that Wang Yen had never encountered a formidable foe in his life, but he had never encountered an imperial great general like the governor of Iron and Blood, who had such an intense desire to conquer. This man seemed to have been born for war. In his body, the desire to conquer seemed to transcend the individual life, becoming an instinct. Father, be at ease. He won't. Wang Chong suddenly smiled at Wang Yan's words. He gazed into the distance, his gaze incomparably sharp, as though he could see through everything. The Arabs have suffered grievous losses, probably losing even more people than we did. The behemoth army is already under my control, and the skyquaking army has lost more than half its soldiers. Without the help of these 2 armies, Abu Muslim doesn't have much of an advantage over us. More importantly, the morale of the Arabs doesn't allow them to endure another battle. At the end, Wang Chong's expression was resolute. As a war saint, Wang Chong had seen far more than the average person. The Tang dynasty had been able to rally their morale and launch a counterattack because they had found a flaw in the behemoth, the most crucial part of the battlefield. Moreover, they had used the psychic energy domain to completely rewrite the battle. By using the abilities of the behemoth, Wang Chong was able to rally the morale of the Tang dynasty's army back to its lowest point, allowing it to pursue the Arabs in a single spurt. But the Arabs were panic-stricken, fearful, and uneasy. As long as the behemoth still existed, it would be an enormous deterrent. In these circumstances, the morale of the Arab army had plummeted, and it was simply impossible for it to launch another battle against the Tang dynasty and reverse the course of the war. The only person who could do anything was Abu Muslim. However, it was just a thought for a single person to take on an entire legion. Moreover, after so many battles, even Abu Muslim had probably used up a lot of energy and weakened his strength. His situation was not optimistic. While Wang Chong was observing Abu Muslim and the Arab army, Abu Muslim was also observing the Tang army, which had suddenly stopped its pursuit. Wang Chong's judgment was correct. Abu Muslim's current condition was not very optimistic. Using an ancient bronze artifact like the Eye of the Demon God did not come without a price. Resisting the attacks of 4 behemoths alone was not as easy as imagined. Abu Muslim's strength was no longer at its peak. "Have you brought the person?" Abu Muslim suddenly asked without turning his head. "Lord Governor, he has arrived," a boorish voice replied from the rear. A fierce Arab general, his body as sturdy as a mountain and wearing full armor, threw a scarlet-robed attendant so thin that only bones remained. Boom! The attendant was smashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. The red-robed attendant coughed as he crawled up from the ground, his face covered in blood. These attendants and servants of Mazel didn't know any martial arts, and their bodies were not as strong as martial artists. A single smash had left him with significant injuries. However, the red-clothed attendant had no time to care about his injuries. Looking at the majestic figure in front of him, the red-clothed attendant was filled with fear. His legs were even trembling due to excessive fear, as if he would collapse at any time. Lord Governor. The attendant's voice trembled as if he was on the verge of tears. Abu Muslim slightly creased his brow, but he quickly forgot about this matter. Let me ask you, what happened to those behemoths? Their bodies were clearly intact and not fatally wounded, so why did they suddenly die? The behemoth army was the strongest force of the Arabian Empire, far surpassing any other army. It was also the force that the Caliph placed the greatest importance on. It was precisely for this reason that Abu Muslim had decided to mobilize the behemoth army when he realized that Talas would be difficult to take. But the behemoth army had first been controlled and then mysteriously died. If this news were to get back, the entire empire would be thrown into turmoil. Those factions that had been subdued and suppressed by the empire in the past would probably begin to grow disloyal and restless. There was even a chance that they might rise up in revolt again. My lord, the behemoths died because of their brains. Their brains aren't that powerful. The red-robed attendant's voice was filled with fear, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. In just a few moments, his palms and feet were covered in sweat. Brains? What do you mean? Abu Muslim suddenly turned his head. Next to him, even Ziyad turned his head, confusion on his face. The two supreme commanders stared at each other, the invisible pressure seemingly tangible. The red-robed attendant's expression turned even more fearful, and his head dropped to his waist. I don't know the specifics, but when I was at Lord Mazel's side, I once inadvertently heard him say. The red-robed attendant trembled in fear, not daring to hide anything. Although the behemoths have enormous bodies, their brains are very small and fragile. They can't endure psychic energy for long periods of time or too much control. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Lord Mazel rarely uses psychic energy to control the behemoth. He mostly uses supplementary methods, doing his best to use the instincts of the behemoths to destroy and destroy. Although the behemoths are powerful, they are still essentially animals, acting on instinct. This instinct isn't a problem, and they have no problem in attacking cities or destroying strategic towns. All we need to do is make sure that the behemoths don't get too close to each other. I heard all of this from Lord Mazel. Chapter 1003. Abu Muslim and Ziyad glanced at each other, the two highest commanders deeply frowning. They had never heard a single word of what the red-robed attendant had said before. But who could have imagined that the behemoths would have such a major flaw? So if it was a psychic energy practitioner, they could easily control the behemoths? Did the behemoths also die from excessive psychic energy control? Abu Muslim asked. Abu Muslim had never imagined that the Chishi Protector General of the Tang dynasty would also be a psychic energy expert. Now that he thought about it, Mazel had probably died for the same reason. That's not all. To Abu Muslim's surprise, just when he thought that he knew all the secrets and answers, the red-robed attendant hesitantly said something else. In truth, when the behemoths were created, the higher-ups had already considered this point. In order to prevent other psychic energy experts from controlling the behemoths, the high priest had long ago planted a seal in the minds of the behemoth. All the behemoths could only submit to Lord Mazel and obey his orders. If Lord Mazel were to die, the seal the high priest planted in the minds of the behemoths would explode, killing them one by one. No one can truly control our behemoths for a long period of time. The high priest. This name made both Abu Muslim and Ziyad feel like they had been pricked by a needle. A hint of apprehension and deep respect appeared in their eyes. Every empire had a few extremely unique existences, and the high priest was one of them. Abu Muslim had heard of his name, but he had never had the chance to meet him. It was rumored that the high priest was more than 200 years old. Abu Muslim had even heard of his name when he was still a youth. Everything about him was shrouded in mystery. In the Arabian Empire, there were even rumors that he had obtained Solomon's legacy. Others said that he had obtained the art of immortality. But no matter which one it was, there was one thing that was certain. The high priest wielded supreme authority in the empire. No governor or great general would dare to offend or fear him. In an instant, the air was silent and the surroundings were completely silent. "Sir, if it's that person, then it's no wonder." Ziyad's sudden words broke the silence. "Yes." Abu Muslim nodded, his expression somewhat relaxed. Even though he could not escape the blame for this defeat and Mazel's death. However, if everything was related to that person, then his responsibility would be much smaller. More importantly, if the high priest had really prepared in advance and made so many preparations, then perhaps this war was far from a complete defeat. There was still a chance to turn the situation around. "Pass down my order. The army is to retreat 50 li. Retreat," Abu Muslim suddenly ordered as he looked forward. Ziyad and the other Arab generals were dumbfounded by this order. "But, sir, are we really going to give up just like that?" Ziyad had an unwilling look on his face. The burner was dead, the reaper was dead, and the other behemoth was dead as well. Of the 4 strongest behemoths, only the consecrated was left. As long as the consecrated fell, the Arabs would definitely have a chance to stage a comeback. Ziyad had originally believed that Abu Muslim would at least remain and wait for a chance to counterattack. But he hadn't expected for Abu Muslim to so decisively retreat. This is not giving up, but reorganizing the army. Today's timing is extremely unfavorable to us. 4 behemoths are dead, more than half of the skyquaking army has been killed, and 100,000 cavalry have been killed. Whether we admit it or not, we can no longer fight today, Abu Muslim sternly said. He was even more unwilling than Ziyad. As the highest commander of the army, there was no such thing as defeat in Abu Muslim's dictionary. But this battle had already been lost. Whether he admitted it or not, it was a fact. The urgent task at hand was not to tangle with the Tang dynasty, as that would only be the bravery of a brute. The most important thing was to learn from this defeat and find a better opportunity to counterattack. Retreat. In this battle, I underestimated that Qishi protector general of the Tang dynasty. His role in this battle was far greater than we imagined, even surpassing that of Gao Xianji. Whether it is in terms of thinking, strategy, courage, or ability to scheme, this person is probably our greatest foe. If Arabia wants to conquer the East and unify the continent, this person will probably be our greatest foe. Abu Muslim's eyes were sharp as he stared at the youth on the giant ape's shoulder. At this moment, Abu Muslim felt a little regret. He suddenly thought back to those spies he had sent to Qishi. After completing the report on the western regions, Qishi and Longxi had been the next target. But at the time, Abu Muslim had believed that it was enough to destroy Gao Xianji and his Anxi protectorate army. As for Qishi and Longxi, it would not be too late to wait until he defeated Gao Xianji and occupied Anxi. Thus, the intelligence gathering and spying on these 2 places had not been very thorough. He had not even paid much attention to the fact that his great general, Foman Linta, had been replaced by a youth. From this point of view, the reason for the defeat of this battle had long ago been clear. Do you see the consecrated? He's left the consecrated there precisely to deal with us. He won't give us any chance to take advantage of this battle. Nothing unexpected will happen if he continues to stay. Retreat. With these final words, Abu Muslim waved his hand, his voice firm and unquestionable. Rumble. Following Abu Muslim's order, the nearly 100,000 Arab cavalry galloped off to the west, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. In front of the first defense line, 4,000 to 5,000 Zhang from Talas, the Tang dynasty soldiers silently watched all this and breathed a long sigh of relief. Both the Great Tang and Arabia had suffered grievous losses over the course of this battle, and all the soldiers were deeply fatigued. Everyone retreat. Wang Chong gave a profound glance into the distance, and then he quickly turned his head and steered the giant ape toward the city of Talas. In front of Talas, countless soldiers were bustling about, and in the center of these soldiers were the wounded. Although the Tang dynasty had managed to win this battle, it had also paid a heavy price. Countless soldiers and horses had been wounded by the attacks of the behemoths and the giants. "My lord, how are you?" Leaping down from the giant ape, Wang Chong did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. After which, he parted the crowd and swiftly walked up to Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli. Whether it was Gao Xianji or Qing Qianli, neither of them was in very good condition. Wang Chong scanned them and saw that their armor was in tatters and their bodies were drenched in blood. Their auras were also in disarray. They were no longer at the great general level, and it seemed like they would find it very difficult to even maintain the Saint Martial realm. Not good. Qing Qianli shook his head as he supported Gao Xianji, his expression fraught with concern. "My lord was already injured while fighting the behemoths, and now he's fighting Abu Muslim all by himself. His injuries are extremely severe. I've already done my best to use energy to protect his organs, but the situation is still not optimistic." Everyone had witnessed Abu Muslim's strength. His 72 demon pillars art had allowed him to fight the consecrated on his own, something that probably no one else present could do. And his defenses were so powerful that he could take the attacks of the behemoths without dying. One could easily imagine the price Gao Xianji had paid to fight Abu Muslim in his weakened state. Don't listen to his nonsense. The situation isn't as serious as he says. I won't die yet. Gao Xianji waved his hand and squeezed out a weak smile. Wang Chong, can the consecrated really not hold on? It's very difficult. Wang Chong shook his head. Even though Gao Xianji was injured, his perception was still as sharp as ever. It was clear that he had sensed something from the consecrated's actions. I've already done all I can to prolong its life, but there are some things that cannot be reversed. In 3 or 4 days at most, this giant ape will be dead, Wang Chong said. The morale of the army depends on it. If the giant ape falls, it will definitely have a major impact on the army. More importantly, Abu Muslim won't easily give up. He's already sensed an opportunity and is certain to come back in the future. Gao Xianji said. Although he was heavily injured, he was still most concerned about the entire battlefield. He won't have a chance, Wang Chong indifferently said. And since he didn't succeed this time, he won't have a chance in the future. We can't be careless. Abu Muslim is too powerful. In our current situation, none of us can stop him. We'll have to rely on you and General Wang, Gao Xianji said, his heart heavy. Gao Xianji had originally been strong enough to stop Abu Muslim, but the situation had changed. If even the giant ape died, not many people in the Tang dynasty would be able to deal with him. My lord is correct. My lord and I probably won't be able to help you. We'll have to rely on you for everything. Qing Qianli also had a heavy heart. Although his injuries were not as severe as Gao Xianji's, they were not optimistic either. Ziad was stronger than him, and the bronze ocean ring in his hand was able to inflict severe injuries on Qing Qianli every time they collided. The price they had paid in this battle was far greater than it appeared on the surface. Relax. The situation isn't as bad as you think. To their surprise, Wang Chong smiled at their words. He was in a relaxed mood, not as heavy as he had imagined. Chapter 1004. Haha, if my lords are only worried about Abu Muslim, there's no need to worry, because I've already thought of a solution. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Roar. As he spoke, A heaven-shaking roar resounded over the battlefield, attracting the attention of countless people. "Damn Tang people, I'll definitely kill you! You despicable lowlife, using a behemoth to ambush me! If you have the ability, release me and fight me one-on-one. That is the conduct of a true warrior." This thunderous voice, brimming with fury, resounded over the skies of Talas. Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli's eyebrows twitched as they looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a 30-meter-tall giant clad in heavy armor. His body was tied up, and he was being grabbed by the giant ape with one hand. The giant was stamping his feet in rage and shouting. Wang Chong faintly smiled, and under the flabbergasted gazes of the pair, he suddenly lunged toward the captured king of giants, Garib Hassam. Wang Chong stopped in front of the king of giants. "Speak. What last words do you have before you die?" Wang Chong raised his head and looked at the king of giants in front of him. At this moment, Garib Hassa was like a chicken in the giant's hand, suspended in midair. Buzz! Hearing this, Garib Hassam's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear finally appeared on his furious face. At this moment, he finally understood that this human was far more terrifying than he had imagined. "Release me. Human, you can't do this. I am the king of giants, so you can't kill me. If you release me, the Caliph will definitely give you a massive compensation." "Are these your final words?" Wang Chong raised his head and smiled. No. I still have things to say. You can't do this to me." Garib Hassam's face was stricken with fear, and he wanted to say more. But this time, Wang Chong ignored him. Great Yinyang Heaven Creation Art. Wang Chong's entire body flickered with red light, and his robe fluttered. He suddenly raised his hand and pressed it heavily on Garib Hassam's head. In an instant, Garib Hassam's body was like a punctured ball. The vast and boundless energy poured into Wang Chong's body like a river. After more than an hour, Wang Chong finally absorbed the last drop of energy in Garib Hassam's body. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Garib Hassam's body drooped and immediately stiffened. His life force also disappeared without a trace. Unbelievable! I didn't expect the energy in this giant king to be so much more than I thought. Wang Chong slowly withdrew his energy, his heart bursting with joy. His greatest harvest this time was probably this giant king. In this battle, Wang Chong had fought one battle after another and had consumed a great deal of his energy. But after absorbing the terrifying energy in the giant king, Wang Chong had replenished all the stellar energy he had consumed and returned to his peak state. His cultivation had even soared from Saint Martial Tier 8 to Saint Martial Tier 9, the Brigadier General level. Not only that, Wang Chong's strength continued to rise, showing signs of reaching the peak of the Saint Martial realm. He was only a sliver away from breaking through. "Now, there's only one thing left." Wang Chong exhaled and quickly turned to Qing Qianli and Gao Xianji. These two highest commanders of the Anxi Protectorate Army had long ago been dumbfounded by Wang Chong's actions. Wang Chong had actually absorbed all the stellar energy in the giant king right under their noses. This was simply inconceivable. After their initial shock, the two commanders of the Anxi Protectorate Army couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration and admiration. "I finally understand why he told us not to rush," Qing Qianli muttered. "With this sort of technique, his future accomplishments will probably surpass any one of us. Perhaps not even Abu Muslim will be able to compare to him in the future." Gao Xianji sighed in praise. Wang Chong was only 17, not even 18, yet he had already reached this level of accomplishment. A normal person would assuredly feel a sliver of envy upon seeing someone stronger than them, but not Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli. On the contrary, the two of them were sincerely happy and gratified. For the Central Plains to have such a person was the fortune of the Tang dynasty, the fortune of the world. "Milords, I must trouble the two of you to meditate and cooperate with me." Suddenly, the air currents surged and a familiar voice rang out beside their ears. This time, both Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli cooperated and sat down cross-legged. They focused their minds and remained motionless. At practically the same time, two palms, fair as jade, slender, pressed down on Qing Qianli and Gao Xianji's backs, one on the left and one on the right. In the blink of an eye, an enormous amount of stellar energy surged into their bodies like a raging sea. In the blink of an eye, the two's auras surged and grew at an astonishing speed. Not only that, the boundless stellar energy surged into every part of their bodies, helping to repair their damaged organs and meridians. After some time, when the white wisps of energy above their heads slowly disappeared, Wang Chong finally retracted his palm and began to slowly retract his technique. "My lords, these are 2 pills. After swallowing them and resting for a moment, they will help you recover your energy faster and heal your injuries." As Wang Chong spoke, he took out 2 pills the size of pigeon eggs and handed them over. On the other side, Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli slowly opened their eyes. A formidable aura burst out from their bodies like a storm. Just from the strength of this energy, who would believe that the 2 of them had been heavily injured not too long ago? The 2 did not immediately take the pills from Wang Chong. Instead, their bright eyes began to examine the young face before them as if they were seeing him for the first time. The 2 commanders of the Anxi Protectorate Army had originally believed that they had a very good understanding of Wang Chong, but every time they thought this, Wang Chong would bring them a new surprise. In such a short time, 80% of their injuries had been healed and all their energy had been restored. Not even top-class figures like Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli could have imagined such a feat. "Lord Wang, you've worked hard. Have a good rest and leave the rest to us." The 2 of them took the pills from Wang Chong's hands as they stood up. Wang Chong smiled, an almost imperceptible hint of exhaustion in his eyes. He nodded and did not insist. Reporting. Just when Wang Chong was preparing to leave and rest, he heard hurried footsteps, a voice tinged with panic. "My lords, the giant ballistae have been destroyed. Both giant ballistae have been destroyed by the enemy." "What?" The 3 commanders trembled at these words, and even Wang Chong turned his head to look. The 2 giant ballistae held an extremely important strategic position. Even though the threat of the behemoths no longer existed, as long as the giant ballistae existed, the Tang dynasty would be able to intimidate all non-human beings. No one could guarantee that the Arabs did not have other special tricks up their sleeve. The giant ballistae had been conceived and created by Wang Chong. Although he could still create more giant ballistae, the presence of these 2 giant ballistae would be extremely important to the stability and morale of the army. With so many casualties in this battle, the potential value of the giant ballistae was far greater than its actual value. "Was it the skyquaking giants?" Wang Chong asked. Only the skyquaking giants had the strength to destroy the giant ballistae. But he was still a little confused. The skyquaking giants should have already been driven away by his behemoths, so why would the messenger report the destruction of the giant ballistae now? "Lord Protector General, it's not like that. The one who destroyed the giant ballistae was the Celestial Wolf Great General of the Western Turkic Khaganate, Duwusili." The messenger lowered his head and said something that left everyone flabbergasted. For a moment all 3 of them, including Wang Chong, were dumbfounded. "Let me explain this matter." Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. Just as the 3 of them were feeling confused, Zhang Shouji led a few craftsmen through the crowd and hurriedly walked over. While Zhang Shouji was explaining how the ballista had been destroyed to the army, a sturdy figure was riding a divine steed in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust as it galloped towards the hills in the distance. "Prime Minister, Duwusili has returned." On the distant hills, 3 pairs of eyes had been focused on Duwusili, their gazes following Duwusili's movements. But when they looked at the Celestial Wolf Great General, both Huashu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj had rather strange looks in their eyes. The nearby Mutri Great Cavalry Commander, Huoba Senji, was even more straightforward. Although he was only a brigadier general, Hua Senji made no attempt to conceal the contempt in his eyes as he stared at the celestial wolf great general. What can he do if he doesn't come back? The battle is already over, Abu Muslim has retreated, and he hasn't even seen Wang Chang's face. Is he going to stay there and embarrass himself so that the Tang people can laugh at him? Hua Senji jeered. Nearby, Huashu Wuzong and Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but widen their eyes at these words, but neither of them said anything. The celestial wolf great general had gone there in a passionate and heroic manner, but as soon as the battle began, he had become embroiled in a fierce battle with the Arab skyquaking giants. As for the main character, Wang Chong, Duwusili hadn't even seen his face, so it was no wonder that Hua Senji looked down on him. In truth, Hua Senji was already being quite generous by not saying that he had an undeserved reputation. You can't say that. Duwusili was just a little unlucky. No matter how you put it, it's a fact that he destroyed the last giant ballisti of the Tang dynasty. He did at least have some achievements. Dusong Mangpoj thought about it and decided to speak up for Duwusili. Chapter 1005. The giant ballisti had been used by the Tang dynasty to deal with the Arabian behemoths, but now that 6 of the 7 behemoths had been killed and the last giant ape was clearly on the verge of death, these giant ballisti had been rendered useless. Whether or not Duwusili destroyed them would have little effect on the war. Duwusili's actions seemed more like he was trying to save some face. Everyone was well aware of this, though no one had said it out loud. What do you mean by fighting with the giants? I saw that boy from the Tang dynasty controlling those 4 behemoths and knew that he couldn't win, so I intentionally found those giants to stall for time. Is everyone so stupid that they can't see it? Hua Senji sneered. Although the Uzun did not revere martial arts as much as the Arabian Empire, it was still a fierce people who worshipped true heroes. At the start, Hua Senji had been full of expectations for Duwusili, but his actions had made it impossible for him to revere him. Gallop! In the distance, a cloud of dust rose. Duwusili seemed to understand that he had no face to see anyone, so he turned around and headed toward the Turkic camp. For a moment, the hills were quiet, no one saying a word as they watched the celestial wolf great general Duwusili vanish from the Turkic camp. The high hills were completely silent. After an unknown period of time, everyone withdrew their gazes. Even though no one said anything, even Dusong Mangpoj felt a little embarrassed for speaking up for Duwusili, so one could easily imagine the reactions of the others. Haha, all of you are looking down on Duwusili too much. Daluan Ruozan spoke with a wave of his sleeve. His back was facing the crowd. His long hair and robes fluttered in the strong wind, giving off a feeling of elegance and freedom. If Duwusili only had this much ability, he wouldn't have been able to sit on the position of Celestial Wolf Great General. These words quickly attracted everyone's attention. Huashu Wuzong, Dusong Mangpoj, Hua Senji, and the surrounding officers all turned their heads. Prime Minister, you mean? Duwusili is deliberately hiding his strength? Huashu Wuzong asked tentatively. It's not that he's hiding it. His goal has always been very clear. It's just that you guys haven't seen through it. Daluan Ruozan didn't look back, but he knew what everyone was thinking. Prime Minister, with all due respect, it's not that I don't believe you, but I really can't see what's so great about Duwusili. From the start of this war until now, I really haven't seen him achieve anything. Hua Senji said. It wasn't that Hua Senji didn't believe in Daluan Ruozan, but he couldn't agree with Duwusili's actions. Daluan Ruozan chuckled, but he made no retort. Hua, there are some things that you can't just look at on the surface. Duwusili's gains are actually much greater than any of you imagine. Did none of you see that when he left? He went alone, but when he returned, there was something extra on the back of his horse? What? These words left everyone flabbergasted. Duwusili's operation had failed. He had gone out full of ambition and returned with his tail between his legs. This was the only thing they noticed. Wang Chong wasn't dead, so he couldn't say that he had gained anything. As for whether there was something extra on the back of his horse, they really hadn't paid any attention. But Daluan Ruozen's words had reminded them of something. For a moment, everyone fell into contemplation, a look of recollection appearing in their eyes. Soon, everyone's expression became subtle. It seems like when Duwusili returned, there was someone extra on his horse. An Uzun general said. Hearing his words, the others also recalled it. After all, it was something that happened not too long ago. Everyone could still remember it clearly. But is there anything special about this matter? Hwaba Senji frowned and asked. Even if they had confirmed this, they still couldn't understand why Daluan Ruozen brought up this matter. Could it be that everything was different just because Duwusili brought someone back? If Duwusili's target was Wang Chong from the start, there's nothing special about this matter. But what if that's not the case? If Duwusili's target wasn't Wang Chong from the start, would you still think so? Daluan Ruozen smiled and said. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Hwaba Senji was stunned by Daluan Ruozen's words. His mouth opened, but he couldn't say a word. That's right. If Duwusili's target was Wang Chong from the start and came back empty-handed, he naturally couldn't blame the others for looking down on him. But what if his real goal wasn't Wang Chong's? Everyone was prejudiced by Duwusili's bold words, so they didn't think about this problem at all. Daluan Ruozen sensed the commotion behind him and smiled without saying a word. Duwusili was indeed impressive. If he wasn't careful enough to notice some details that the others didn't, he would have been deceived by Duwusili like Huashu Wizong and Hwaba Senji. But since he was known as a wise minister, how many things in this world could really escape his eyes? Some things can't just be heard from others. You have to see how they do it. Daluan Ruozen looked at the sky and said calmly. He was not a pure scholar, but he exuded a strength of character, temperament, and intelligence that any scholar would admire. Duwusili is the kind of person who is skilled at hiding his true goals. How could someone who was able to sit on the throne of the Western Turkic Khaganate and even defeat biting Protector General and Sishun be as unbearable as all of you say? He's just too good at hiding. But, Prime Minister, just what sort of person is worth Duwusili going to such great lengths to kidnap? And why did he intentionally hide it from us? Huashu Wizong suddenly stepped forward and asked the crucial question behind Daluan Ruozen. If the Celestial Wolf Great General Duwusili really was as scheming as Daluan Ruozen said, then they weren't the ones laughing at Duwusili, but Duwusili. But not even Huashu Wizong could understand why Duwusili was doing this. What else could it be? The only thing more important than killing Wang Chong is his formation phenomena. Daluan Ruozen grinned, his casual words revealing Duwusili's true goal. Rumble. It was like an enormous rock had crashed down, and a single rock gave rise to 1,000 ripples. The hearts of everyone rose and fell, and a tempestuous storm arose. Formation phenomena. No one had expected Duwusili's true goal to be this. But anyone who knew the weight of these 4 words knew that Duwusili's actions were completely understandable. Even the Mutri Great Cavalry Commander, Hwaba Senji, was stunned, a pensive look in his eyes. Daluan Ruozen smiled, knowing that everyone had understood. From the very start, Duwusili wasn't targeting Wang Chong. Didn't any of you notice in the previous battle? When Wang Chong's Wushang cavalry used formation phenomena, Duwusili had a completely different look in his eyes. I once sent people to investigate this Celestial Wolf Great General of the Western Turks, and although I didn't find much information, all the information I gathered was the same. This Celestial Wolf Great General has an intense thirst for power. Formation phenomena is the highest level of formations. Not even Duwusili's Celestial Wolf Illusory Formation can compare to it. If he could understand the mysteries of formation phenomena and upgrade the Celestial Wolf Illusory Formation to that level, Duwusili and his Celestial Wolf cavalry would explode in strength, becoming much stronger than ever before. For such an important matter, Duwusilly would naturally take heavy precautions. Have none of you noticed that even though the battle is over, the Western Turkic soldiers have not relaxed in the slightest after Duwusilly returned to the Western Turkic camp? On the contrary, they've become even more vigilant. Daluan Ruozan indifferently said. Everyone followed Daluan Ruozan's gaze. As expected, those soldiers of the Western Turkic Khaganate, which had been able to remain uninvolved in the fierce battle between Arabia and the Tang dynasty, had suddenly become jittery and vigilant upon Duwusilly's return. At this moment, no one had any doubts. What a fine celestial wolf, great general! We all underestimated him. Dusong Mangpoj couldn't help but sigh. Duwusilly had truly hidden his abilities far too well. At this moment, he suddenly understood how the Tang dynasty's biting protector general and Sishun had lost to him. Duwusilly was a powerful person, but he also did not act according to common sense. If one could not figure out his true intentions, how could one deal with him? Haha, if you understand his style and aren't moved by his words, you naturally won't be toyed around in the palm of his hand. Daluan Ruozan indifferently said. These simple words had revealed the crux of dealing with someone like Duwusilly. Duwusilly was a smart person, but alas, he was far from the only smart person on this battlefield. Daluan Ruozan knew that there were at least 3 people on the battlefield who could see through his intentions. Huoshu Wizong and Dusong Mangpoj were not familiar with him and had rarely interacted with him. At the same time, they were not known for their intelligence, so it was normal for them to be tricked. But to Daluan Ruozan, this was truly not a very clever trick. Let's go. Duwusilly has already succeeded in capturing an important person from the Tang dynasty. But that person over there isn't someone to be trifled with. If all goes as expected, he should have noticed by now. The Tang dynasty has just won a major victory and its morale is at its peak. Even Abu Muslim has retreated, so we should also suffer a little and temporarily avoid the brunt of his attacks. As long as that giant ape doesn't die, we can't fight with him. Daluan Ruozan chuckled and waved his hand, ordering the retreat. Rumble. Chapter 1006. This Daluan Ruozan is truly difficult to deal with. In the Western Turkic tent, Duwusilly raised the curtain and walked out. As he glanced in the direction that Daluan Ruozan had left, Duwusilly's eyes flashed with a strange light. The army retreated without even informing me. Is this some kind of small warning? A playful smile appeared in Duwusilly's eyes. There were people who could see through his style and see through his true intentions, but very few people could be like Daluan Ruozan, able to see through everything with just a single glance. Pass on my order. The army is to retreat and follow the Uzun army to the east. Duwusilly immediately ordered. But my lord, what about that person in the tent? A voice asked. Listening carefully, when this person spoke, one could hear bursts of moans coming from within the tent. Bring him along. This person is priceless now. If anything happens to him, we will have to pay for it. If something happens to him, I'll ask only you. Duwusilly said. Yes. The person in the tent shivered and no longer dared to say another word. Rumble. Not long after the Uzun army had left, Duwusilly led the remaining soldiers and the wolf pack into the distance. In front of Talas, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, Wang Chong, and Qing Qianli were all silent upon hearing Zhang Shouji's orders. Daluan Ruozan, Huoshu Wizong, Dusong Mangpoj, and the tens of thousands of Uzun soldiers had not moved. Only Duwusilly had come to take advantage of the chaos, but he had destroyed the most important and final giant ballista of the army. They had managed to hold off the entire skyquaking army, saving the giant ballista from their frenzied assault. But they had not been able to stop Duwusilly's final attack. With thousands of parts flying through the air, there was not a single giant ballista left in Talas. Can it be repaired? Gao Xianji said subconsciously. This was his first reaction. The giant ballistae had been built from scratch under the leadership of Zhang Shouji. No one was more familiar with giant ballistae than him. If there was one person who could repair it, it would be him. Very difficult. Zhang Shouji shook his head and said with a solemn expression, Duwusili is a top-class imperial great general, and his methods are different from others. A giant could destroy a giant ballista, let alone an imperial great general. I checked and found that more than 80% of the giant ballista's parts were destroyed, including some of the finest and most precious parts. Just collecting, forging, and inscribing these parts took us a very long time. All the materials are extremely precious, and there's only a very small chance that we can repair them. Gao Xianji instantly fell silent. The giant ballista had played the greatest role in this battle. If the giant ballista had been destroyed, it would have dealt a significant blow to them. After all, no one knew if the Arabs had any other inhuman powers. It's fine. Leave this matter to me, Wang Chong indifferently said. Others might not know if the Arabian Empire had any other inhuman powers, but Wang Chong knew that the Behemoth Army and Skyquaking Army were their strongest forces. After suffering so many losses in such a short time, the Arabian Empire no longer had the strength to muster any more inhuman powers. Senior Zhang, let's follow the old rules. After collecting the remaining parts of the two giant ballistae, they would be able to reassemble them into a new one. As for whether it can shoot arrows, that's not important. The most important thing is to raise the morale of the army. Moreover, we know that the giant ballistae are very difficult to reassemble, but the Arabs and Uzan don't know this. Putting a model there will, at least, have some effect on intimidating them. Wang Chong slapped the crossbow. The last behemoth on the battlefield of Talas was in his hand. To tell the truth, there really was no need to build a giant ballista that could deal with the behemoth so quickly. And even if it could, there was no need to do it so quickly. Understood. If that's the case, this old man will be able to make another one very quickly. Zhang Shouji nodded, understanding Wang Chong's meaning. In the last war, Wang Chong had used a bunch of fake Tang dynasty ballistae to deceive the Uzan. He was clearly using the same trick again. Rumble! While they were discussing, a cloud of dust suddenly rose up in the distance. On the high hills, an army rolled like the tide, retreating into the distance. It's the Uzan! Xue Qianjun exclaimed in delight and excitement. All the pressure he had accumulated over the last few days swept away. The Arabs have retreated, and the Tibetans must have seen Abu Muslim retreat and decided to retreat as well, Wang Chong said. Rumble! As he spoke, the Western Turks began to retreat. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with joy, and their expressions became much more relaxed. If the Western Turks and Uzan weren't threatening them, they would be in a much better situation. It's not that simple. Wang Chong shook his head, his brow slowly creasing as he gazed in the direction of the two armies. As he spoke, the four commanders, Wang Chong, Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan, stood up. Wang Chong is correct. This battle truly did have an effect on the Uzan and Western Turks, but whether it's the Celestial Wolf Great General Duwusili, Huashu Wuzong, or Daluan Ruozan, none of them are the kind of people who easily give up. Gao Xianji agreed. Although the retreat of the two armies had made things much easier for them, Gao Xianji was still deeply worried. Remember, if you haven't defeated the enemy, it can't be considered a true victory. You can't lower your guard in the slightest. Wang Chong slightly nodded. In this aspect, he shared the same opinion as Gao Xianji. As commanders of the Tang dynasty, the two of them had many things in common. All was quiet as the group watched the Uzan and Western Turks leave, none of them speaking. Only Wang Chong's eyes twitched as he watched the Western Turks leave, as if he was thinking about something. Wang Chong, what's wrong? Gao Xianji immediately sensed something and turned his head. Something's wrong. Wang Chong's deep frown drew everyone's attention with his words. Wang Chong, what's wrong? Did you notice something? Qing Qianli asked. Although he hadn't known Wang Chong for long, Qing Qianli knew that this young Qixi protector general would never speak without thinking. If he felt that something was wrong, something must have happened. I don't know. Wang Chong slowly drew back his gaze. This isn't my first time fighting with Dalawan Ruozan, and I have some understanding of his style. The battle is over and the Arabs have been defeated. For Dalawan Ruozan to choose to retreat, temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack, reorganize his army, and bide his time is completely consistent with his usual style. But that celestial wolf, great general, I feel that something's wrong. Duwusili? Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli glanced at each other in surprise. Neither of them had expected Wang Chang's focus to be on the celestial wolf Great General Duwusili. Lord Protector General, you have more seniority than I do. Have you ever interacted with this Duwusili before? Do you understand him? I and Duwusili belong to different war zones, and the two of us haven't had many direct interactions, so I haven't paid much attention to him. Gao Xianji frowned, a look of recollection on his face. But based on what I know, the outside world says that Duwusili is a very difficult person to deal with. Back then, he was only able to sit in the position of Qi Jin because he had killed the previous Qi Jin through iron-blooded means. That person was also very famous among the Western Turks. Wang Chang's brow furrowed even more, the strange feeling in his heart intensifying. All was quiet as everyone stared at Wang Chong. No one dared to disturb him at a time like this. As for Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and Wang Yan, Wang Chong, all of them had thoughtful expressions on their faces. But this was just a simple retreat. Unlike Wang Chong, they found it very difficult to sense anything from it. Senior Zhang Shouji, I'll have to trouble you to repeat what you just said. Wang Chang's gaze swept over Zhang Shouji as he spoke. Zhang Shouji was confused, but he did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly repeated what he had said before. When Zhang Shouji repeated what he had said a second time, everyone perked up their ears, but not even Gao Xianji or Qing Qianli understood. What did Duwusili's destruction of the giant ballista have to do with the strange feeling that Wang Chong had spoken of? It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was confused, but Wang Chang's eyes slowly began to sharpen. Something's wrong. There's something strange about Duwusili. Wang Chong firmly said. Wang Chong, what did you discover? Is there something wrong with Duwusili destroying the giant ballista? Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli hurriedly said. It's not the giant ballista, but Duwusili. Lord Protector General, General Cheng, let me ask you, what do you think Duwusili's goal is in crossing the second defense line alone? Of course, it's to deal with, Qing Qianli immediately said. But just when he was about to say Wang Chong, he suddenly thought of something and froze, unable to speak. Have you noticed? Wang Chong gave Qing Qianli a profound glance, knowing that he had understood. On the surface, Duwusili seems to be coming for us, but from start to finish we've never met him. There's definitely something strange about this Duwusili. His goal isn't us, but something else. Wang Chong's thoughts were getting clearer and clearer, and his eyes were getting sharper and sharper. On the side, Gao Xianji had the same concern in his eyes as Wang Chong. If Duwusili was coming for them, it would be fine, but if he wasn't, it would truly be troublesome. Even more dangerous was that the battle was over. No matter what Duwusili's goal was, he had probably succeeded by now. Xue Qianjun, pass on my order. Gather the army. I want you to investigate it again. Especially the Ballista Army and the Wushang Cavalry. Don't miss a single detail. Chapter 1007. In the distance, the Western Turks had long ago vanished, and Xue Qianjuan's investigation quickly came to a conclusion. Marquis, it's bad. Lord Chen Bin has disappeared. We've searched the entire camp, but we can't find him. What? Wang Chong grimaced, and even Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli turned to look, their expressions completely different from before. Although they didn't know much about Wang Chong's subordinates, they had at least heard of Chen Bin's name. He was Wang Chong's ballista commander, and he was extremely skilled in commanding ballistae. Ballistae were all in his hands, but in the hands of others, they were completely different. In Wang Chang's army, Chun Bin held an extremely important position. Although he had not charged into battle like the others, he had probably killed a considerable number of Arabs, Tibetans, and Western Turks in this battle. He was the one who had truly contributed to the victory, an extremely important figure. Without him, the Tang dynasty and all of Talas would have a massive effect. Search for me one more time. What about the inside of Talas? Have you searched the city? Also, call the ballista soldiers over. And Qin Bin's personal guard. Do not even they know where Qin Bin went? At the end, Wang Chang's voice hardened. Yes. A nervous look appeared on the messenger's face. Marquis was rarely this stern, but everyone knew that Qin Bin's disappearance was no small matter. The messenger quickly left, and the army began to get busy with Wang Chang's orders. Gao Xianji, Qing Qianli, and the other generals were also anxiously waiting. The investigation quickly came to a conclusion, but none of them wanted to hear this news. It had been confirmed that Duwusili had taken a person with him in his retreat, and this person was Chun Bin. Because Chun Bin had been injured while dealing with the skyquaking giants, he had been lying on the ground with the other wounded soldiers and corpses. Thus, Duwusili's departure had not attracted much attention. Many of the wounded had been moved into Talas and other heavily guarded areas. The ballista soldiers believed that Chun Bin had been taken away, and coupled with the chaos of the battle, none of them had the time to pay attention to anything else. No one had noticed that Chun Bin had been taken away. This news was like a heavy bomb that fiercely exploded in everyone's hearts. For a moment, the atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Even Zhang Shouji, who was standing to the side, revealed a solemn expression. I don't understand. Duwusili is known as the Celestial Wolf Great General, one of the 3 strongest great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Why did he take Qin Bin? Shi Yuanqing, the 3rd in command of the Anxi Protectorate Army next to Qing Qianli, interjected. He had rushed over after receiving the news. His deepest impression of Qin Bin was still the efficient and callous way in which he had commanded the ballista army to reap the Arabs' wrongs. Although his martial arts were not high, the ability he displayed was something that many generals with higher strength than him could only look up to. But he still didn't understand why the mighty Celestial Wolf Great General had taken him away. Could it be that Duwusili wants to obtain the secrets of the ballista from Qin Bin and build a ballista army? Shi Yuanqing said. Impossible. Before Shi Yuanqing could finish, Zhang Shouji interrupted him. Ballistae have always been the greatest secret of the Tang dynasty. If you want to build a ballista, you need a blueprint. You can't build one just by looking at its outer appearance. It's just a large ballista, and the craftsmen are responsible for the craftsmen while the soldiers are responsible for the battlefield. Although Chun Bin is the commander of the ballista army, he doesn't have the blueprint. It's simply impossible for Duwusili to obtain the secrets of the ballista from him. Moreover, the forging of a ballista requires a very high level of skill and a complete forging system. This isn't something that a steppe empire like the Western Turks can achieve. Even if they have the ballista blueprint, they'll be useless. They won't be able to forge a single ballista. Zhang Shouji's expression was resolute. In the field of forging, Zhang Shouji held absolute authority. Whether it was the construction of the City of Steel or the appearance of the giant ballista, Zhang Shouji's status in the world was as high as the noon sun, and he was fully deserving of the title of Grandmaster. In particular, Zhang Shouji had supervised the construction of the City of Steel, and that magnificent masterpiece had raised Zhang Shouji's status to the extreme, making him a god in the eyes of many craftsmen. If he said that the Western Turkic Khaganate couldn't forge a ballista even if they had the blueprint, then this would definitely be the case. But is it possible that the Western Turkic Khaganate is working with the Arabs to build a ballista? Another officer of the Anxi Protectorate Army asked. The Western Turks, Uzan, and Arabia were currently in a three-way alliance. What everyone was worried about the most was that the Western Turks and Arabs were working together, which would be very bad. The Western Turkic Khaganate truly couldn't forge a ballista, as they lacked the skill to do so, but the Arabs were different. If they had the blueprint, they would definitely be able to forge one. Impossible. This time, before Zhang Shoji could answer, Gao Xianji shook his head and rejected the idea. The Arabs are extremely proud. They only truly clashed with us and came into contact with ballistae a month or two ago, and at that time, the Arabs had not yet formed an alliance with the Western Turks. In addition, the three-way alliance has only just been formed, and each side has its own ulterior motives. In the current situation, the alliance is far from deep enough to work together to forge a ballista. Moreover, given Abu Muslim's style of doing things, he probably wants to see Dawusali lead an army to attack us together with the Arabs, not a trifling ballista blueprint. Thus, this situation is impossible. At the very least, Dawusali's actions have nothing to do with Abu Muslim. But if the Western Turkic Khaganate can't forge a ballista and Dawusali has no intention of working with the Arabs, then why did he kidnap Qin Bin? Xue Qianjun muttered to himself. His words caused everyone to fall silent. Qin Bin was the commander of the ballista army. If Dawusali wasn't here for the ballistae, what else could he be here for? No one could think of an answer to this question. There's no need to think about it. If Dawusali isn't here for the ballistae, then there's only one thing left, the Wushang cavalry. As everyone looked on, Wang Chong said the last four words. In all of Talas, the Tang dynasty's strongest forces were the ballista army and the Wushang cavalry, armed to the teeth. If it wasn't the ballista army, then the rest was obvious. But, Wang Chong, isn't Qin Bin the commander of the ballista army? If Dawusali wants to move against the Wushang cavalry, why would he kidnap him? Gao Xianji slightly creased his brow in confusion. The mighty celestial wolf great general, who had dominated the steppe and the borders, would never make such a low-level mistake. At this moment, even Gao Xianji was somewhat confused. Moreover, if Dawusali wanted to move against the Wushang cavalry, he could have done so directly. Even if he coveted the meteoric metal armor and Wuzi steel swords of the Wushang cavalry, there was no need to kidnap a person. The Wushang cavalry were unimaginably powerful, and as the commander of the army, Gao Xianji could not have failed to notice them. Moreover, Wang Chong had never intended to conceal the secret of the meteoric metal and Wuzi steel swords from him. I'm afraid that the problem lies with the armor. An almost imperceptible bitter smile appeared on Wang Chong's lips. All the commanders under my command are equipped with meteoric metal armor and Wuzi steel swords, and the commanders in particular are even better equipped. Dawusali isn't familiar with the composition of my army, so he must have only noticed the special armor of the Wushang cavalry and not the other parts. Thus, he took Qin Bin to be a member of the Wushang cavalry. As for Dawusali's goal in kidnapping him, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably for formation phenomena. Buzz! In the beginning, everyone was still astonished, but when they heard the words formation phenomena, their expressions changed abruptly as they came to a sudden understanding. It was especially so for Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli. Their horizons and knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people, so they naturally understood the weight of the words formation phenomena. In a flash, Gao Xianji's heart sank. For a supreme commander like Gao Xianji, Wang Chong only needed to say a part of it for Gao Xianji to understand. This matter is a little bad. Formation phenomena is no small matter. In truth, even if you hadn't brought it up after this battle, I would have asked about it. It's no wonder that Dawusali has taken a liking to your formation phenomena. The Celestial Wolf Cavalry have dominated the world and are one of the three strongest cavalry forces of the Western Turkic Khaganate. If he were to obtain the secret of formation phenomena and raise the Celestial Wolf illusory formation to the highest level, he would become a major foe of our Tang dynasty, both now and in the future. In addition, I don't know much about your subordinates, but there is one thing I would like to ask. Chunbin is the commander of the ballista army. Does he know about the formation phenomena of the Wushang cavalry? Gao Xianji sternly said. He knows. Wang Chong nodded. Before I established the ballista army, he was actually one of the commanders of the Wushang cavalry. He doesn't say that he knows all the secrets, but he knows at least 80%. Wang Chong, the Western Turks are an empire of cavalry, and they use even more formations than we do. If Dewussili obtains the secret of formation phenomena and begins to spread it throughout the Western Turkic Khaganate, you should understand what that means. So allow me to ask you one more question. Given your understanding of Chunbin, if Dewussili wants to know the secret of formation phenomena, will he succeed? Gao Xianji spoke very tactfully, but his expression grew more and more solemn. Dewussili's schemes were no small matter. As one of the most elite great generals of the Western Turkic Khaganate and one of the most exalted Urkans, he was not just plotting to raise the strength of the Celestial Wolf Cavalry. The gravity of this matter had already surpassed the level of Chunbin's capture and the threat to the ballista army. It was now a strategic contest between the Tang dynasty and the Western Turkic Khaganate. Wang Chong gave a long sigh and slowly raised his head toward the east. What I'm worried about right now is not that Dewussili might obtain the secret of formation phenomena, but that he won't be able to. Chapter 1008. The 1000th chapter. Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli were dazed for a moment, but they quickly understood and fell silent, the mood somewhat oppressive. Chunbin had been at Wang Chong's side for a very long time. In the southwest, he had gone through life and death with Wang Chong, making illustrious achievements on the battlefield. Later on, during the construction of the City of Steel, the clash with Dusong Mangpoj on the Uzun Plateau, and now, during the Battle of Talas, Chunbin had done his utmost to assist Wang Chong, and he had done his utmost to make the most of it. Wang Chong was not worried that Chunbin would leak the secret. Given Chunbin's personality, he would never do such a thing. But if Chunbin vowed to keep his mouth shut, given Dewussili's style, he might very well be killed. Marquis, what should we do now? Xue Qianjun asked. These words were exactly what everyone was thinking. Chunbin had a very good relationship with the soldiers. He would often lead them on the battlefield, and after the battle, they would all eat and drink together. They were all very good brothers. Now that Chunbin had been captured, one could easily imagine what they were feeling. Someone, prepare a brush, ink, and paper for me. I want to write a letter to Dewussili. I will personally handle this matter. Wang Chong looked to the east, his eyes exuding a cold light. Time slowly passed, and as the battle came to an end, the sun began to set and the world began to darken. 60 li from the city of Talas, countless wolves were roaming the land. Behind the wolves was a massive banner of a golden wolf on a blue background, and behind this banner were countless tents. This was where the Turkic army led by Dewussili had set up camp. With the war essentially over, the Turkic army should have been able to relax, but reality was the complete opposite. The camp was heavily guarded, and the air was fraught with tension. How is it? In the centermost white tent, Dewussili turned his head and looked at the witch doctor beside him. My lord, his injuries are very serious. Before you captured him, he had already been seriously injured. With his physical condition, it would be very difficult for him to endure such an interrogation, not to mention extorting a confession. The emaciated Turkic shaman, dressed in a black robe and exuding a strong medicinal aroma, said. He turned his head to look at Chunbin, who was lying on the sheepskin couch. His eyes were filled with deep worry. This Tang people's body was stained with blood and his clothes were torn. It seemed that he was badly injured. However, the situation inside his body was much more serious than outside. More than 40% of the bones in his body were broken, his meridians were in disorder, and his internal organs were displaced. Any one of these injuries could take his life. Moreover, so many injuries were concentrated on one person. You don't have to waste your efforts. Cough cough, no matter what you want to know, I won't tell you. Chen Bin raised half of his body from the sheepskin couch with great difficulty, a scornful smile on his face. But he had only said a few words when he began to violently cough. As he coughed, streams of blood flew out of his mouth and dripped onto his pale face, creating a ghastly sight. You've lost too much blood. If you continue to get so agitated, you'll die. The emaciated Turkic shaman slowly walked over and spoke in an extremely indifferent tone. War was a matter for warriors. To the shaman, he only saw the sick and the non-sick. The shaman had no qualms about this Han, treating him like an ordinary person. Haha, so what if I die? If I were afraid of death, how could I step onto the battlefield? Duwusili, you don't have to waste your efforts. I won't tell you any secrets about the formation phenomena. Just hurry up and kill me. Chen Bin faintly smiled, his expression exuding the bearing of someone who had placed his life on the line. Even the shaman couldn't help but admire this bearing. You want to die? It won't be that easy. Before I get what I want, it'll be hard for you to die even if you want to. Duwusili's eyes chilled as he strode forward and grabbed Chen Bin's numb right hand. Boom! In a flash of golden light, a majestic energy brimming with boundless vitality surged into Chen Bin's body. Ah! Chen Bin let out a loud roar as he straightened his back. The enormous life force flowed through his 7 meridians and 8 meridians and poured into his entire body. Under the effect of this energy, the wounds on Chen Bin's body began to heal with astonishing speed. At some point, a surging golden light had become almost tangible, enveloping the entire tent like a tide. When I, Duwusili, want to save a person, no one can stop me from doing what I want to do. You'd better obediently tell me the secret of the formation phenomena. Duwusili's voice thundered through the tent. After a long, long time, as night fell, Duwusili finally walked out of the tent. His face was slightly pale, but his expression was one of extreme joy. Consuming so much energy for the sake of a single Tang people would have been extremely wasteful, but Duwusili believed it to be extremely worth it. In his eyes, this was no longer a single Tang people. In him, Duwusili saw limitless possibilities for the Western Turkic Khaganate. If he could obtain the secret of formation phenomena from the Tang people and then spread it throughout the Western Turkic Khaganate, the Western Turkic Khaganate might become an existence even stronger than the Arabs. After all, while the Arabs had unparalleled warhorses, the Western Turkic Khaganate had far more warhorses than they did. A trifling talaz is no longer important. As long as I can obtain that thing, I will become the war god of the Western Turkic Khaganate. Even one step further, replacing it is entirely possible. Duwusili's mind thought of that taboo word, but he did not say it. Until he truly succeeded, Duwusili did not want to reveal the slightest clue. As the winds howled past him, Duwusili suddenly felt much more relaxed as he gazed at the darkening sky and the stars dotting the sky. Reporting. At this moment, he heard a voice. Duwusili's brow furrowed as he subconsciously turned his head and saw a Western Turkic messenger hurrying toward him. What's all the fuss about? Duwusili unhappily said with a wave of his sleeve. Reporting. Great General, a Tang dynasty scout has arrived. Our men went to intercept him, but then they discovered that he had fired an arrow at our gate. This was tied to the arrow. As the messenger spoke, he hurried forward, knelt on one knee, and handed over the arrow and the letter on it with both hands. What? Duwusili's eyebrows rose as he lightly flicked the arrow with his right index finger. The messenger felt his hands loosen as the arrow and letter flew into Duwusili's hands. The great general's seal. Duwusili's pupils constricted and his face paled when he saw the words on the back of the letter. This was not the first time Duwusili had interacted with the Tang dynasty, and the one he had fought with the most was Biting Protector General and Sishun. Duwusilli was no stranger to this seal. Only the great generals of the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains could use this seal. In the entire Talas region, only Wang Chong or Gao Xianji could use this seal. They came so quickly. Duwusilli's mind reeled in shock. He had believed that he would have at least a few more hours after capturing Chunbin, but he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. These fellows are truly difficult to deal with. A hint of apprehension flashed through Duwusilli's eyes as he quickly opened the letter. Night had fallen, but the city of Talas was still brightly illuminated. Wang Chong, Li Sai, Huang Batian, Kong Xian, Xue Qianjun, and the generals of the Qixi Protectorate were all present. Although Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli of the Anxi Protectorate Army had chosen to stay away, they had still sent the third-ranked officer of the Anxi Protectorate Army, Shi Yuanqing, to listen. Gao Xianji and Qing Qianli were in a very awkward position. Chunbin's capture had everything to do with the formation phenomena. They couldn't agree or disagree, but the fact that they had sent Shi Yuanqing, whose status was second only to Qing Qianli, was enough to show just how concerned Gao Xianji and the others were. "How is it? Is there any news?" As the travel-worn scout entered the hall, Li Sai, Kong Xian, Huang Batian, Sun Jiming, and the others all stood up. Although Wang Chong did not stand, the urgency in his eyes was enough to show that he was no less concerned about this matter than anyone else present. Marquis. The messenger paid no attention to the others, walking straight up to Wang Chong and getting down on one knee. "The letter has been successfully delivered. I personally shot the letter into the Turkic camp and watched as they took it away. But even after waiting outside for a long time, I still haven't received a reply." "What?" The scout's words made everyone's hearts clench. "Are you sure that the letter was delivered? Is it possible that they didn't even notice the letter on the arrow? How long did you wait there? Is it possible that Duwusilli was in the middle of replying to the letter, and you just happened to miss it when you returned?" Everyone began to speak, their expressions filled with worry. "Impossible." The scout shook his head and respectfully said, "I personally saw them pull out the arrow from the gate and remove the letter. I saw them pull out the arrow from the gate with my own eyes. They took down the letter on it, and someone ran all the way to the commander's camp." Enough. Seeing that everyone in the hall still wanted to ask more questions, Wang Chong finally spoke up to interrupt them. The hall fell silent as everyone turned to Wang Chong. "I know that all of you are very concerned about Chunbin's safety, but I hope that all of you can calm down. Since the scout has definitely delivered the letter must have arrived. The scouts of the Tang dynasty don't even fear death, so how could they not even deliver a letter?" As he spoke, Wang Chong's eyes turned sharp and fierce as they swept over the people in the hall. In an instant, everyone could not help but lower their heads in shame. The scout also gave a long sigh as he gazed at Wang Chong with gratitude. The scouts of the Tang dynasty were undoubtedly the best in the world, whether it was in strength, experience, loyalty, or sense of duty. All of them knew this, but just as Wang Chong had said, their concern for Chunbin's safety had caused them to lose their composure. "Let me ask you, what did you see in the Western Turkic camp? Tell me everything, no matter how big or small."